Literally just sat down. We were playing six-handed, facing a raise. I 3-bet. We'll just bet and get money in the pot. They start you off very, 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 very deep stacked in this tournament. Trying to get everything set up on my end. I've not actually played on this site much at all. My settings may be off. I may not know how to work the site properly. But here we are, trying to win a World Series bracelet. I figure I have won none in the real world, so maybe I'll win one on the internet. Is that how that works? So we're only going to have one table going for about an hour, which is fine. I haven't played much poker this summer at the World Series. I've been in Vegas for about 10 days. I think I've played about 12 hours of poker. Seriously, only 12 hours of poker. I played the main event day one, busted at the end of day one. I decided to make a hero call. That was a mistake. And then I took 12th place in a $10,000 buy-in turbo tournament, which paid me about 40,000 bucks. So that was cool. I gave away 51% of that tournament to holders of my NFT project called Deck of Degeneracy. We also have a piece of a guy named Chris O'Neill, poker coaching member. He's been a poker coaching premium member for, I think, since the beginning. He is currently at the feature table of the main event. Deck of Degeneracy holders actually have 51% of him as well. That feature table, I think, is currently running. So maybe he's still in, maybe he's not. I don't actually know, because I'm busy playing here. I know Bodog Ari, I think. I actually don't know anyone on the site for real because I never play here, but Bodog Ari is Ari Engel. Good, strong, battling opponent. So, you know, we'll keep that in mind. We are playing very, very, very deep stacked in this tournament. I think it actually is a very long tournament. I was out with Brandon Adams yesterday, who won one of these a year or two ago. I think he won a $5,000 buy-in one. And he said that I think his went till like 4 a.m., so he might be here all day. Do I put in a raise? Ugh. I mean, I guess I just call. We're chopping it a lot, but it's like whatever. That's a spot where he's going to have some sixes sometimes. And he, like, I'll have some sixes as well. So if I check raise, it's not like I'm going to get blasted off my hand too often because I have some sixes there. But he's going to have some sixes. He's going to randomly have some boats, randomly have some flushes. So I think the cautious play is to call. Ari is the kind of player who will just sporadically put you in a miserable spot. And being put in miserable spots is not where you want to be. We are on a 6-minute delay today. I have no clue how long of a delay I actually need in this game. The real answer is probably like 3 or 4 minutes, but you know, we're playing a $7,777 buy-in tournament. It'd be kind of bad to get stream sniped, obviously. If I see that hands start to take forever or something like that, then obviously we'll change it up. If you all have any questions, let me know. Like I said, as soon as somebody like sees this live, let me know that as well, because I'm streaming on my laptop. I basically never stream on my laptop, and who knows if this thing is even functioning properly. I'm excited to play some World Series events. Tomorrow, I think, is a 2,500. The next day is a 5K. The next day is a 50K. The next day is a 10K. The next day is a 5K, I think. And there's some online tournaments scattered in there as well. Why are we even playing this so deep stack? It's kind of weird. Are we playing literally 500 big blinds deep? Is that what we're looking at? We have 500 big blinds. All right, well, not for long. 7 minutes from now, we won't have 500 big blinds anymore. I've had a great trip so far this World Series. It's been a lot of fun, not going to lie. The first day, we had a party for holders of my NFT project, Deck of Degeneracy. I retweeted a video. You can find it on twitter.com/Jonathan Little. A little 6-minute highlight reel showing off some of the fun we had. Somehow we didn't get any footage from our dinner. We went to Top Golf in the morning. Then we played poker at Aria for 4 or 5 hours. Then we went to dinner at Hakkasan. Then we went to the club at Hakkasan. We had the 3 best tables there. It was great. It's a lot of fun. It's a very good, fun time. Happy to be able to put on good events like that. We also had a bunch of artists there, which is cool. I like the art, for those who don't know. And the artists were making arts in real life for whoever was there, for all the patrons. We had about 50 people there. Then I had a company retreat for my employees. We, why is there a small blind ante? Is it 5 chip ante? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, okay, 5 chip ante, I see up here. We had a retreat for my employees where basically we work on all things pertaining to poker coaching over the next year. You know, we try to line up everything, get everything set up, get everything situated, make various changes, make various additions, make various improvements, make various goals, etc. I can't even see this player's name. So weird. Guess I got to call small raise, right? It's not a great spot. We'll probably check call flop, check fold turn. Check's going to be a lot of queens and jacks, I think, or under pairs. Check, 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 check. Do I bet small on river? Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to call here. I do think there will be plenty of bluffs in the opponent's range. Hopefully just lets it go check, check. I do think he's going to show a lot of, like, king X here, queen X. Some bluffs. Really, really laying it on. I mean, I guess I'll fold, but this is a spot where I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. If this guy's like a real battler, this certainly could just be a call. Notice, I haven't really been paying attention. I've been busy talking, but he's already lost some number of chips. So it's like, you know, maybe that's the kind of player who you do want to find calls against. When you see people make the turn over bet, you can kind of immediately start to presume. You can kind of easily start to presume that they will find an adequate number of bluffs. Like a lot of players don't bluff enough to begin with, but the types of players who will find adequate bluffs and maybe will overbluff are the players who know to blast it on the turn in the river like that, in the spot where it goes check, check, and they have some top pairs and whatnot. Am I in New Jersey? I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. Mike Mattishouse says that online and live are totally different games. They're different venues. They're different venues of the same game. Obviously, different venues have different things that matter, right? Okay, minimum raise from under the gun. I guess I'll call. We could certainly 3-bet, but whatever. I mean, online's just a way tougher game. You have to play way, way, way more fundamentally sound. You can't just, like, make giant hero calls for no good reason. You can't make insane plays for no good reason. You have to have a reason. You have to play well enough. Multi-way, this could just be a fold, but if we do spike, like, 9 of diamonds, we'll get paid off very well. We are 500 big blinds deep, like I said, so you can certainly splash a little bit more, especially in position, especially with hands that have potentially gigantic implied odds. Obviously, we don't want to get raised here. Greetings from Sweden. Hello. Good morning, good morning. Ugh. Raise is annoying. So, like, right here, this is the implied odd spot I was just talking about, right? Where, yeah, he's going to have a lot of 5s and draws, but if we do sporadically spike, we'll get paid off for a ton of money. Oh, my God, we spiked. Ha, 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 ha. We're playing great. Hopefully we get paid off for a ton of money. My hand does not look like a 5. It looks like a king or a draw, right? And this is a spot where this guy is going to probably be blasting it with any 5 and also with a lot of draws. If he checks, what do I do? Ugh, I'm going to hate it if he checks. I mean, I guess I just have to bet if he checks. So here I'm going to call. And then I'm going to blast him on the river. Kind of a rough river, because now if he has a 5, he may not pay me. Obviously, he could have 5-5 here. Kings are very unlikely. 10s are very unlikely. He could have 5s. But, I mean, I pretty much have the nuts. You have to be... The reason I'm, like, saying, like, I could be beat here is that when 500 big blinds go into the pot, you really do need a very, very good hand. But right here, I think we have nuts besides the one combination of 5s. And you could even have, like, king 5 suited, 9-5 suited. You know, you could have, like, that kind of hand that's going to That's going to pay me off very nicely. I want to go big. Where's my time? How do I know how much time I have? It's not a lot of time, huh? We're going to go big because if he has a flush, he's probably just going to pay. If he has a 5, he may pay. He's probably not going to jam with like 9-5 suited, I wouldn't think. So it's actually be kind of annoying if he jams. I mean, obviously I call it off. But, interesting spot. Whatever, he just has a 5 or a flush, right? Can you explain this shirt? This is a pajama shirt. I like to be comfortable. Is this guy really going to tank and then jam me? No. So he probably just had nothing. I mean, he probably just had like a 5 there and found a fold on the bad river. Will the 50K be streamed? I'm sure they will stream the final table of it. I'm not sure about anything else. You love seeing me play online. Well, hello. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be here with all of you. All right, getting some reads on my opponents. Seems like we have a relatively tough table. Oh, such is life. I probably shouldn't out these players. I don't know. Whoever just texted me this says if I can out the players, let me know. It was great meeting me at breakfast. Great meeting you, too. We had a breakfast for poker coaching members the other day. 2 different breakfasts. So that was fun. It's always great to hang out with all of you. What's the floor of Deck of Degeneracy? I think some people are saying here 0.43 ETH, give or take. Something like that. Some higher, some lower. A lot of cards have action right now. I mean, I'm looking at my spreadsheet. A whole lot of cards have action. 3 of diamonds, King of spades, 6 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 6 of diamonds twice? No, 6 of diamonds, 10 of hearts. Lots and lots and lots of cards have action. So that's fun. Does the side have any training for when to fold king pre-flop? You probably shouldn't be folding king pre-flop. Or a flopped flush drawing dead. No, you don't want to fold good hands. I guess I just let this go check, but betting certainly could be fine. It's like whatever. Check, call any river bet. If he checks, value bet river. I think we can certainly value bet river here. I think we want to go medium. Yeah. How long do I think crypto will be down? Crypto's up from a lot from since I started. But yeah, crypto's down, what, solid 75%, give or take. At least Ethereum is. All I really care about is Ethereum. I actually did fold queens in the main event. Pre-flop. I raised under the gun, 9-handed. A relatively tight, straightforward guy, 3-bet from, like, low jack seat. So I raised early. This guy who doesn't mess around, I didn't think 3-bet me. Then a loose, aggressive guy. Like, in my main event, I had one loose, aggressive, battly type player who put in a 4-bet. Only 4-bet of the entire day. So I folded. The other guy folded too. Speaking of coaches, is anybody filling some slot? Everyone thinks they can expect stuff to happen on a consistent basis. Look, you got to realize in the poker space, people come and go. People, coaches come and go. Things change. And while we do try to have a consistent schedule, sometimes things change. So I don't know. Just because something has happened in the past does not mean that it necessarily has to happen in the future. I think Draft Ganger still streams a pretty good amount for us, and I love his streams. But yeah, different venue. Different skill set. Definitely a different skill set online to live. I mean, you just have to play better poker is what it amounts to. Like, the idea of reads kind of goes out the window. So, it's fine. Just realize you don't have that ability. Oops, my bad, apparently. Satellited in. Okay. To be fair, even good players play $777 buy-in tournaments. So look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the best 500 big or 250 big blind out of position player. Maybe I'm supposed to 3-bet every once in a while with that queen six suited. Seems a little weak to me, but maybe I'm supposed to pop it up. King 5 suited is great. Yeah, if you're complaining about running kings into aces, such as life, I mean, it's fine. I mean, ideally, like if you're playing 500 big blinds deep like we were a minute ago, you don't get it all in. You know, you're not supposed to get it all in 500 big blinds deep with kings. If you're playing like whatever, 100 big blinds deep, 150 big blinds deep, I mean, you're just in though, and that's fine. It's fine to get it in. It's fine to get it in. Going back to that pocket nines hand, I actually didn't even get all that much of implied odds. The 10 of diamonds was really bad for me on the river. If the river was not a diamond, I would have gotten paid very nicely, especially if he then paired whatever nonsense he had for the kicker. But yeah, the diamond was really bad when he doesn't have the diamond. Some people were saying maybe we should raise the turn. The problem is that his range is like really nut heavy, and mine is not on king 5-5-9, right? He has a lot of fives, I do not. So I really don't think I want to have very many raises there. I get that we are super deep stacked, but two things happened there. First, he went for a tiny river bet. If he went for a bigger river bet, I could have just ripped it in on him. And then the diamond killed the action that time. To be fair, though, the diamond's going to be good sometimes when he makes a flush. The problem is that if he makes a flush and he bets and then I raise, he still may find a fold. Oh, break time. All right, then. So we'll take breaks, I guess, every little while. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you have any questions, type them in. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. It's going to be hopefully a fun and hopefully a very long day. Hello, hello. It's saying that. Well, let me know how the audio is here. It's saying that I have. Let me just turn it down a little bit. Test, test, test. Hello. It's almost like you're picking up the air conditioner or something, but it's not that loud in here. Whatever. Hope we're back. We're playing a $7,000 buy-in tournament right now. A $1,000 buy-in tournament starts in 30 minutes. We'll hop into that one as well. Is there anybody watching this? Hope you're all having a good day. I know I don't stream very often online. To be fair, I don't play very often online. But here we are. Knit full with queen, queen, LOL. Yeah, the problem is we were like 200 something big blinds deep. You really don't want to cold call it. You don't want to cold call the 4-bet. You don't really want to 5-bet. Definitely don't want to get in. It's a pretty rough spot. Pretty rough spot with the queens. But I folded. And to be fair, I think it's a good fold. Apparently, names are public on WorldSeriesPoker.com. So, I will out my opponents. Here we have K-Rab. This is Kevin Rabichow. Is he the guy that won the main event? No, who's the one who won the main event? No, this is the heads-up guy. Yeah, this is the good heads-up guy. Yeah. Okay, so good, strong GTO player. I like my play. And then this guy, watch guy, is apparently Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. Good, strong opponent. Any advice for how to note tendencies when playing live? I mean, just pay attention. Write them down in a notepad if you have to. Like whatever you have to do. Do I think I raised too big with the nines? No. If he has a boat, I want to get as much as I can. If he has a flush and decides to not fold, I want to get as much as I can. And if he has a 5 and decides to hero call, maybe like 5 with the ace of diamonds or something, I want to raise big to get as much as I can. So no, absolutely not. In spots like that when you raise the river, I am either saying I either have the effective nuts or I am bluffing. Now, I could certainly have a small raise size, I guess, if I wanted to raise a flush. And I think I probably do want to raise, especially a good flush when he bets small like that. So maybe I'm supposed to have a small size there, and I suppose I'm probably supposed to make some super nuts into the small size, and nines are obviously super nuts. But I gotta presume if I'm sitting here with like a full house or something, I want to be making it quite big, and I want to be raising sometimes with probably the best blockers is a bluff, right? Like say I had queen of diamonds, maybe with a king or something like that. Maybe that's a hand to raise, because then you block top full house and you block flushes. Something like that. Definitely a weird spot, though. Weird, battly hand, that is for sure. I realize one table of poker is going to be incredibly boring for me. I'm used to playing 10 or 12 or 20 tables at a time, so I don't know how this one table is going to go. But such is life. We'll make it work. We will make it work. Oh my God, so much action is being given away on Deck of Degeneracy coming up. Let me just count this. Over the next week, we're giving away 25, 7, 50, so 32. Giving away like $40,000 over the next week to Deck of Degeneracy holders in equity. If anybody else has any reads on the opponents, let me know. Apparently, Poker News outs everybody's real name. Thank you for the Twitch subscribes. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of the love. My books are brilliant. Well, I appreciate it. Last night I was at the club, and a guy randomly comes up to me and shows me his graph of his poker winnings and said that he used to lose and now he wins. So that was fun. World Series breaks are synchronized, so that's good. Synchronized breaks are good, good, good. Now, what I'm going to have to figure out is that if I have another table directly behind this table, will it pop up automatically? I think it will, and I hope it will. And that'll make my life easy. obviously it'd be better if I could just like have them side by side, but that does not work so well with the setup. You all told me a long time ago you hate seeing 20 tables on the screen at a time because you can't pay attention to 20 tables at a time. Only I can, apparently. And for streaming purposes, maybe I just like have the 1K off to the side a little bit or something, and then I pull it over when it makes sense. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here all day. At least for 30 more minutes till I bust this tournament and then bust the 1K. I think there's actually a few World Series events online. I think they do like one every week, roughly. Or two every week, something like that. I don't know. Seriously, every morning I wake up, I look at my calendar, and I do whatever it says. Today, it said to wake up, go record content at the Poker Go Studio. So I went and I recorded the content at the Poker Go Studio with Lexi Gavin. We made some videos together, making videos with lots of poker coaches over the next week or so. And then said, come home and play the online tournament. So here we are. I think there's actually a $1979 buy-in tournament or something, 1979 today, where you get to play with Poker Hall of Famers. And I think that you get a bounty if you bust them or something. Last year I got to play with Doyle Brunson. So that was kind of cool. I guess I'll raise this ace-8. It's certainly not mandatory. Audio just went down. Too low now? All right. I'll turn it back up. Test, test, test. I turned it up. All of you can freak out for the next 6 minutes. Whenever I'm streaming, I have this little bar that shows how much audio is going in, and it's like there's audio going all the time, which means you can hear background noise. That would have been a good board for 9-2 suited. I'll sit here in silence for the next 6 minutes until all of you catch up. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. We've done a lot of recording with poker coaching coaches so far, so that's fun. The top knob on my microphone sets the gain. Well, whatever. I think I'll probably 3-bet this. You can call it. You can do whatever you want. You got to play it. I never mind popping it up a little bit. Oh, no. Now I got to fold. That's annoying. Jonathan Little is unstoppable. I'm doing my best. But yeah, it's been a full 10 days so far. Let's talk about using Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime to subscribe. Yeah. So if you all have Amazon Prime, something you get to do every month for free is to subscribe to a Twitch streamer, which gives the streamer a few bucks. Now, I'm not going to say you should give it to me. You should probably give it to somebody else. But if you are an Amazon subscriber, you just have free money to give. You have absolutely free money to give. So you might as well give it. You guys are nuts with the turn your mic up. You act like, can people think I don't read the chat? A little more volume, please. 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 Yeah, okay. We did it. You got a little more volume, please. I mean, this is like a joke. Am I still in Vegas? Yes, I am. You all are nuts. Holy moly. There we go. You want to thank me for the masterclass. I'm glad that it helped. I'm pretty sure I'm going to win this tournament today by spiking full houses over and over and over again. Bananas and pajamas are running down the stairs. What in the world does that mean? I'm going to eat a banana now. Huge thanks to Justin Saliba for buying these bananas the other day. They're coming in handy right about now. Are you wearing matching pajama pants? Of course I am. Of course I am, see? Justin Saliba manages the coaches to some extent. I oversee, he takes care of everything. He's the boss. More volume, you want it louder? Even louder now? When betting for value, is it better to block draws or unblock draws? I mean, you'd always rather your opponent not have draws, right? Nickel, how do I assign hotkeys? I'm clueless about all that. I'm very clueless. I guess you have just like multiple stages or something? I don't know. Multiple scenes? I don't know. Not streaming too often. I'll do it the hard way. Players are, they're battling. They're battling and playing big pots. Big pot poker. There you go. Jam it. See, look, he's doing the same thing that I just did, right? Set the gain on your mic. Oh, my God. All right, the gain is now smaller. Let me know if that fixed. Let me know if that fixed it. Looks like it did not fix it. Whatever, y'all will be okay. Put music on. Why in the world would I be so egotistical to think that you want to listen to whatever music I want to listen to? That's so rude. Why would I force you to listen to my music to watch the stream? That makes literally no sense. If you want music on, put on music. What's that snazzy shirt? This is a pajama shirt with bananas on it. I think it's cute, and it's very comfortable. How many hours a week of study is required for premium membership? You can study as much as you like. You can study as much as you would like. Poker is annoying a lot, but God, you love it. Why is it annoying? You spent 5 days in Vegas in early June. You ran terribly, and you caught COVID. Sorry. That's rough. A lot of people are getting COVID. I don't know how, but I have dodged COVID pretty hard recently. I was just in New York for NFT NYC, and everybody there got COVID except for me. And then I'm out here in Vegas, and everybody's getting COVID except for me. It's like I'm immune or something. I mean, I've had my shots, and I've had it, I think, twice. So maybe I am getting close to immune, but I've dodged it for the last year and a half or something. Where am I staying? I mean, I guess if you know what Vegas is, you probably know where I am. Or if you know what rooms look like. It's probably not good to tell people exactly where you're staying. It's not wise. Hoosier said you didn't know that about Amazon. Cool. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you get to subscribe to someone on Twitch for free once a month. You have to do it manually. You can't just like auto-subscribe, unfortunately. But it's a good way to get back to streamers. I guess I'll see the flop. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, I'll probably check raise this. I guess. It's kind of a rough spot because, oh my God, why is he leading? Oh my God. This is an annoying spot right here. I mean, I'm just going to fold, I guess, because the issue is, let me see if this folds me automatically. The issue is that he could very easily just have like 10-9 and I could be dead, right? Obviously, this guy could just have a 10 as well. It's a dicey spot. Like, I think his range to lead should be a lot of 10s. And I think it should be a lot of draws, right? The problem is that his draws are going to line up like right on top of my draws, so that's not so good. And then the guy on the button could obviously just have a 10. Which World Series events did I play? And did I cash any? I played 2 tournaments. You can look this up on the internet. At least my caches. Ugh, so he just led with nothing? A stone airball? Like, what are you doing? That's so weird. He's a good, strong player. I don't know what he's doing. It's a weird one. I played a $10,000 bounty tournament. I took 12th place for $40,000. $42,000. Then I played the main event, and I lost. And this is my 3rd tournament. The 7-7-7-7. Oh, I got to register for that other one. There's a 1K, I think, in 12 minutes. How do I do that? Okay, sure. 2x for entry. Oh my God, they're going to try to bust me. Yeah, JL, can I please speak in caps? Haha. Is it dirty to touch a banana with your fingers? I mean, I wash my hands. Don't you end up touching most of the stuff you eat with your hands? What is happening right now? Is my internet dead? We're just sitting here. I'm so confused. Internet seems to not be dead. Oh, weird. All right. Spare some pocket change. Okay, goodbye. It's a pretty good flop. Let's go big. You thought the space kitchen was a background, LOL. No, that's my real kitchen. Do you ever drink alcohol when you play? No. To be fair, my entire life is play. All I do is play in life, so I guess the answer is actually yes. Because all I do is play. Does World Series allow HUD usage? I don't know. What music do I, Jonathan Little, listen to? I don't listen to music. I need to be able to think clearly. Come on. They've done studies about how when you listen to music, your overall cognitive ability decreases a little bit. You can usually do stuff for longer whenever you listen to music, if you have bad focus or whatever, but that's not my problem. And I don't like being distracted. No reason to be distracted. I don't need distraction. I've got plenty of distraction already anyway. Test, test, test. I'm toggling my volume. But no, I don't really listen to music. A lot of people like the music. I mean, I like music. I'm good at making music. I don't really listen to music, though. It's very distracting, in my opinion. So if you want to listen to music on your computer, feel free. Feel free to listen to your own music, whatever you prefer. I do think it's nuts, though, when streamers listen to music. I think it's like actually insane. But obviously, I must be incorrect about it because a lot of people like the music. Man, I think whenever I want to listen to music, I usually know specifically what I want to listen to. I just don't listen to I don't listen to random stuff. So like, I think some people just like put on the radio and have nonsense going in the background. Matt Affleck quizzes are the hardest. Matt Affleck is a poker genius. I'm your favorite coach. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Get in there and crush the games. Did I play the main? Yes. I'm one of those who does poorly in the main events. What's the best way to put your courses to use for... Oh, what's the best way to put my courses to use? Play the quizzes. Go through and play the quizzes. We have tons of quizzes. Do I know anyone at my table? Not anymore. We had Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger here, and we had Kevin Rabichow here. But they're gone. If anybody knows any of these people, let me know. Do I think America's Card Room is a reputable site? They banned me for saying that I don't think that they are as safe as a United States regulated bank. So take that for what it's worth. It's important to realize just because a game exists does not mean you have to play. Obviously, I think that it's probably the site with the most volume for Americans. But obviously, when you play on an unlicensed, unregulated, illegal gambling site, you're not all that protected. But, you know, as long as you're cool with it, whatever. Don't keep a lot of money on there. I mean, look, the reason they seriously banned me is because I was telling all my friends, keep the minimum amount of money on there. You need 1 or 2 days worth of money, and that's it. They were trying to tell people, put all of your money here. It's safer than America banks. It's completely secure. And maybe it is. Maybe it is. But most likely it's not. Protect yourself before you wreck yourself. How about that? Can you give specific hands in good spots to lead? Well, multi-way, you do want to have a leading range usually. And you usually want to be leading pretty polarized, I think. So draws that are not quite good enough to call or good hands. You can lead with some medium strength hands too. You all seem to like it when I ate the banana. Why are you guys so weird about bananas? How are my World Series main event tables? They were very soft. They were very soft. I'm going to go eat another banana. I'll leave it in the wrapper this time for the person who was annoyed that I touched the banana with my fingers. My filthy fingers. Oh, I touched it. I'm sorry. I touched the banana. Oh, I just threw that in a bag that's not a trash bag. When should you overbet with the nuts? When you're polarized. Yeah, maybe I should get a fork and a knife to eat this banana. Or a toothpick. For those who like my pajamas, I think they're made by this company called Saxx, S-A-X-X. They're so good. They're so soft. If you ever see me wearing a plain black t-shirt, it's made by Saxx. It's actually a pajama t-shirt. They're so comfortable. It's like the only shirts I wear anymore. I have 10 of them. 10 black t-shirts that I just wear all the time. I have some gray ones and some blue ones too, but I usually end up wearing mostly the black ones. Daypass says he was at a table in the main event with my video editor named Oliver. Yeah, Oliver. Really nice guy. He actually, he cashed. He just busted shortly, not too long ago. Raiden coming from Poker Shaman. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Today, we're going to sit back, play a nice, long poker tournament, and have a lot of fun. Howdy. This is my rare Sunday grind. I think it's my first time streaming live in quite a while. I mean, I streamed free rolls a decent amount. Over the last few months, we gave away, I don't know, $10,000 in free rolls to poker coaching members, Decade of Generosity holders, etc. But this is the first real tournament in a while. This is, I'm two-tabling today. We're playing a $1,000 buy-in tournament and a $7,000 buy-in tournament. Oh boy, I'm getting to play a hand finally. Eights are great. Poker Shaman said you're a satisfied poker coaching premium member. Excellent. Glad to hear it. You're having an excellent cash game grind. Good. I ate the whole banana with barely touching it. Hope you're all happy. Why in the world are these people playing so slow? Holy moly. I guess we can bet this. Always annoying to get raised, but he's gonna have a lot of middle pair type stuff. I think it's a spot where a lot of people don't raise adequately with stuff like bottom pairs and whatnot. I think we probably want to let it go check and then try to check it down. We could even put in another bet here, but I think check's fine. Pretty bad river. He third pots me. I mean, I guess this is just a fold. It's annoying. We'll fold. You can have it, sir. You can have it. Yeah, you should drink water, not alcohol, when playing poker. Yeah, that's smart. Robert, I like the way you think. Suppose we can 3-bet this one. Calling's probably fine too, but like whatever. It's so bad if we get 4-bet. I'm gonna call this one. I think 3-betting's fine. Yeah, it can go either way. If it was offsuit, I would have 3-betted, I think. Oh, that other tournament's starting any minute. Is it up yet? 5 seconds from now. We're gonna have to experiment and see if these tables pop up by themselves. All right, well, there it is. What? It's a different size than the other one? Why in the world would it be a different size? That makes no sense. What a world. What a world we live in, friends. My room here is a mess. Would you believe that I had to go wash my clothes. I threw them in the washer. Wash no problem. Put them in the dryer. Dryer doesn't work. So now, I have a bunch of wet clothes laying all around the room. King and queen. Is the other table going to pop up? Let's see. Which instruments can you play? I can play a trumpet, and a piano, and a violin, and a drum. And barely a ukulele. Look, I don't think it's going to pop up. Oh, it's waiting on that other guy. What in the world? Okay, slow down, everybody. I raise it up. Raise it up, Buttercup. I raised it up. Got 3-bet. Got cold called. I mean, I guess we just fold. There's no cool way to eat a banana? Sure there is. How do you mentally deal with losing session / losing money? I don't care about money at all. That's the answer. Do I think ACR is rigged? No, I don't think ACR is rigged. I just think they're a very unethical gaming operation. A lot of people like to try to think that the sites are rigged. I really don't think any of these sites are rigged. Although, like, you have to realize what I think doesn't really matter because I'm not a cybersecurity randomization expert. But they have like no incentive to try to cheat at all. So, I mean, they're raking you all to death, right? So if they're raking you all to death, why would they screw that up? It'd be so dumb to screw that up. When are Deck of Degeneracy hats coming? I'm paranoid I'm blinding out on these other tables. In about a month. I'm so paranoid I'm blinding out on the other table. If the other table doesn't pop up for 6 minutes, can somebody tell me so I'm sure, be sure to... What's going on? It's like raise 3-bet every hand. Let's see if I can make eating a banana cool. I'm going to eat another banana. Have I been streaming less? I literally never stream. I almost never stream. I don't like holding the wrapper. So I'm going to hold it with my fingers. My dirty fingers that I apparently never wash. So that's what you all think. Minimum 3-bet, huh? I mean, we're just going to try to spike something, clearly. Literal nothing. Literal nothing. I opened the banana at the wrong end. I'm not a chimpanzee. I open it like a human. What are these people doing? The guy's all in? How are you all in? What is happening? Why is there no ante? If you raise the flop when I had 8s, how would I respond? Ugh, nasty spots. Probably, I mean, you need to call and then see what develops when you have the 8 of diamonds. Whenever you talk about hands, you got to realize there's 6 minutes to go in the past for me. New boy is apparently T. Newman. How cute. Hello, T. Newman. Hope you're having a good day. Today we are eating bananas and playing poker. I even licked my dirty fingers. Oh my God. I bet whoever said that's going nuts. You lick your dirty fingers? You lick bananas off of them? You lick bananas off of your dirty fingers? Number one rule is to never play poker with friends. It depends on what kind of friends you have. You got to realize that some friends like to gamble with each other. They like to beat each other. I personally don't really have that mindset. But a lot of poker players really want to beat their friends. Like that's part of the fun to them, is beating their friends out of money, which is fine and good. Jay Saliba too. Good morning. But no, I mean, so look, if you care about money a lot, you have to ask, like, are gambling games for you? I mean, a lot of people think that, like, if you hate losing money, if you hate it, then play a game that doesn't have money involved, right? But at the end of the day, you will have wins and losses in all gambling games. Well, you have wins and losses in all games to begin with, but in poker, you play for money, right? So you have to realize that money is the way of keeping score. So how do you deal with losing some of your score? I mean, what do we do with this? I guess fold. Maybe call? Maybe 3-bet? I don't know. We'll fold. You just have to realize that you can't think about the money of its utility outside of the game. Right? A lot of people think, oh man, I lost $100. I could have bought a pair of shoes. But in reality, that doesn't really matter, right? I mean, maybe it does matter, but how do you stop caring about money? I never cared about money. That's the weird thing, right? I guess I don't have like a ton of wants. Maybe I've always had like enough money because I've always had a job, you know? Like as a kid, I always worked and had enough money for whatever my needs were. I didn't like expend extravagantly or anything. But yeah, it's an interesting question. How do you care? How do you stop caring about money? You got to realize that just because everybody else cares about something doesn't mean that you have to. Geez John, you're a one-man band. If you ever go flat, you can busk. Maybe I should 3-bet this. Sure. We could call, obviously. I try to mix these in every once in a while. Give them a sprinkle of gamble action. If you don't care about money, why play poker? For fun. Oh, God. So you got to realize that at the end of the day, if you do something purely for money, you're probably not going to love it. All right. Do I have enough equity here? Probably. Oh, God. Maybe I'm supposed to just fold to the small 4-bet. Definitely a dicey spot. I'd really like a 7 on the turn, please. Make sure we don't blind out over here. How do you feel about the committee, an online site formed to protect online poker? I mean, I'm not even going to get into that. Joe Ingram says he may have a video coming out soon about it, and his thoughts are similar to mine. So whenever he puts that out, I'll let him do the talking for me. Terrible flop, obviously. I'm really just praying this guy checks now with ace-queen or something. Please just give me the pot. Please just give me the pot. Yeah. That could have gone differently. I mean, I guess just check, right? We could obviously value bet, but I'll just check. Oh my God. Not a few good spots in a row here. Have you ever been in a hand where Phil Hellmuth went on a meltdown? Yes, I played with Phil Hellmuth plenty of times, and he goes on a meltdown every time we play poker together. You heard that ACR uses bots. I don't know if they use house bots, but I know they definitely don't police the players using bots all that much. Maybe order room service. They don't have room service here. Would you believe that? I do have 2 burritos in the refrigerator. Maybe I'll get into those in a little bit. Probably should just fold this to the 4-bet. Or just spike a 7 on the turn. But yeah, how do you get to where you don't care about money? You have to just realize that, like, why does money matter? Ask yourself, why does money matter? JLNT Newman is Kush, the Kushmeister. How do you feel about cheaters in the game? Obviously, cheating players is not good for the game. It's a tough thing because it's not clear what is allowed and what is not allowed. It's not clear what's allowed and what is not allowed most of the time. Also, like, in most establishments, if you do something illegal there or something against their rules, you're not banned from all of the places in that do that. Like, imagine I go to Bellagio and I throw a fit and they ban me for being out of line, for causing trouble. They're not going to ban me from Harrah's, you know. That said, obviously, you should not. It's important to be harsh-ish on cheaters. I mean, it'd be nice if a lot of the sites were like actually ran by some good gambling organization that actually polices stuff, right? So it was very clear what the rules were and very clear what the punishments are. I mean, that's also a problem, is that, like, on a lot of sites, if you break their rules, what happens? They take your money and they ban you. That's it. Like, you don't go to jail, right? It's a little bit different than in a casino. If you try to cheat in a casino, you will go to prison. So, very different rule sets. But I would be fine for the rules being very, very clear. I mean, I love clear rules because then it's like crystal clear what the issues are and what you can do and what you can't do. A lot of stuff is just not clear at all, though, and that's where you get into big trouble. Like, for example, for the people who use real-time solvers and whatnot, if it's clear that is against the rules on a particular site, and the punishment is we ban you and take your money, then you should not have repercussions at other gambling sites, in my mind, because you didn't break their rules, and that was not the punishment. Now, certainly other gambling sites could say if you get banned from one place for a thing, you get banned from us for the same thing, and I think that's like really reasonable. But it's a tough thing. It's definitely a tough thing. Like, this might be a spot to consider leading if I had maybe something like 7-6. For like a kind of marginal draw that's not quite good enough to check and call. Do you have a point in time where you're so card dead that you leave? No. We can probably put in the check raise on this one. He should check this one back a lot, to be fair. This guy has a lot of chips already. Maybe he's in there blasting. Check, check. That's annoying. We'll check call turn. Yeah, ask yourself why you care about money. Why? I mean, like, it's like if I have a napkin here. Why care about the napkin? Yeah, I don't care about the napkin. I don't care about the money either. It's the same thing. Obviously, the money has some utility, whereas napkins don't have so much utility. Maybe we can put in a raise. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to think, like, why do people care about money? It's because they use it to buy things, right? And once you have your basic needs provided for, what do you really need money for if you think about it? I mean, you can use your money to do stuff, right? But at the same time, like, why do you really need it? You don't really need it. I don't know. I'm just not attached to it. Just not all that attached to it. Simple as that. But I mean, like, again, like, so Nick's saying here, for anyone who doesn't want money, you'll take it off their hands. That's the very wrong mindset. The mindset is more of, like, money is the way you keep score at everything. So I'm not, like, so attached to where I'm going to be sad and mad when I lose, because I realize there will inevitably be lots of swings. But at the same time, I'll take as much of it as I can get, right? So it's like a weird mindset that I realize is probably difficult for most people to accept. I'm going to try my best to win, but at the same time, I'm not going to, like, cry like a baby and be sad if I lose. Calling 4-bets with 9-7 suited. Yeah, facing small 4-bet when they click it on you, or slightly more than click it on you. You get to splash. Maybe it's a little loose. Fold's probably fine. I don't mind a little splash here and there. Might as well old school min 5-bet. No, you want to see the flop. You don't want to min 5-bet. That'd be really bad. You definitely don't want to 5-bet fold. Can you tell some ship and halabala stories? No. You can read the book, though. In the end, money doesn't matter. I mean, money is essentially a gauge of the amount of value you have provided in most aspects of life, most jobs and whatnot. Obviously with some vig taken across the board in various ways. But you want to have money to prove that you have added a lot of value, right? Don't you want to have proven that you added a lot of value to this world? Obviously in gambling games it's a little bit different. And I guess I just pop it up here, right? In gambling games, it's how good you are in the gambling game, compared to the opponent. But in most aspects of life, it's about how much value you have added. All right, so this cold call is a little bit suspect. I'm just gonna check this. I know that may seem weird, but I'm just gonna check. Whew. Whew. Play for poker points and not money. They're all the same. That's what people don't get. Have you ever blown up at the table? No. I mean, I think I shove here, right? Do I ever just call? No, because he could easily just have a jack, right? Or find a hero call. Obviously, I could lose to boat sometimes, but like whatever. If you got the boat, you got the boat. He has the boat. Great. Well, that's unlucky. I think we can re-enter. Oh my god, they give me... He cold calls the 4-bet. Gets the jack 5-3. I even played in a way I don't go broke unless I make the literal trips. Alright, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. How do I replay this hand? Alright, it got me. Wow. I thought we could be against it every once in a while, but you got to think a lot of these are just going to fold pre-flop. Right? How do I play this? Ugh, what is this? I don't know how to work this thing. Whatever. Who cares? Here we jam. Get cold called. All right. Is that just GTO? It is. Oh, here's the ace and the 7. All right. That was fun. We'll re-enter. Okay, sure. Sure, you got me. Oh, boy. The only reason I care about money on this site is that I really don't want to have to... I don't have any more money I don't have any more money on the site. I loaded up just enough money for, like, my tournaments. Guess I can have more money. You've been conditioned to care about money. You grew up poor. I mean, we never had, like, a ton of stuff. I mean... We were, like, my parents both had jobs and whatnot, but it's not like we were rich. I remember going to the shoe store as a kid to buy shoes, and I would always pick the coolest shoes, and my dad would look at the price tag, and it'd be $60, and he's like, you're not getting $60 shoes, son. So we had, you know, $10 shoes or whatever. But we're always provided for. Never went hungry or anything. Do you play roulette? Absolutely not. How many flips is we needed to win the main? I don't know. Everyone's talking about survival with money. Like, how much money do you really need to live? It's not a lot. I just don't have attachment to stuff, I think. Like, I don't get attached to stuff. And to be fair, I have gone through stuff, and I've had plenty of money, and I've had not a lot of money. And, I don't know, maybe I've gone through some boom-bust cycles, you know? You go through some boom and bust, and you eventually realize, like, it doesn't really change much. Drake won $17 million playing roulette. That sounds about right. You have this obsession with getting really good at poker. Well, good. Good, good. Get in there and crush it. He said that in response to dealing mentally with the swings. Yeah, I mean, you asked, like, how do I not have mental anguish whenever I lose money? I mean, you just saw me get completely screwed a second ago, and I don't care. It's like, whatever, you know? It's like, I'm not offended that I lost the hand. I'm not mad that I lost the hand. Why would I be mad? I know what's possible. I mean, you heard me on the first hand today, already mentally preparing myself for running into quads when I had the literal nuts. I mean, it's like, I know what I signed up for. I think a lot of people don't know what they signed up for. They think they're going to sit down and they're just going to win all the time. Or they're hopeful or something. I have literally no hopes pertaining to gambling. I realize my job is to show up and play to the best of my ability, and that is it. That is it. It's all I got to do here. If I do that, I will have succeeded. Obviously, I should study a lot away from the table and use a good strategy. But all I'm going to do is show up and play well, and that's it. Break time, apparently. All right, be back in a minute. Enjoy yourselves. Hello there. Do you think your opponent would call an all-in in a 4-bet pot with 3 of a kind? Yes. Very much so. If the opponent's going to go around folding a jack, they're going to get smashed. And if you think the opponent does not have hands such as 5s and 3s in their range, I have the literal nuts. But not that time. Where are you playing? Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a thing called the World Series of Poker going on right now, and I am at the World Series of Poker, getting my gamble on. Seems some of you don't like talking about money. A lot of people think that money issues are icky or weird or dirty or something that should be kept private. And, I mean, look, I realize a lot of you come to me for financial advice. And especially in things like gambling, you have to not be attached to your money. Maybe you have to have slightly weird thought processes relating to your money. And maybe I do. I fully realize that, like, I am definitely not normal when it comes to my relationship with money. And I think that's what makes me a decently successful gambler and an investor, right? I mean, every month whenever I make money, I take it and I give it to other people to make more money with. And I know I'm not going to see it for a while. And most of it's going to go to zero. Talking about investing in companies and letting people achieve their dreams. I give away effectively a lot of my money with the hopes that more of it comes back to me. And I know that some of it will and some of it won't. And that's like long-term locked up money. I mean, I lock a bunch of money up all the time. And it's like, I'm just not attached to it is what it amounts to. I'm really just not that attached to it. And if you're not attached to something, then you won't care so much when you lose it. Simple as that. Now, obviously, I think a lot of people really, 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 really want to care, right? They really want to be invested. And I naturally have some ability that allows me to care about anything I'm doing, whether there's $1 million on the line or $0 on the line. I do not do anything halfway. I'm either going to do it or I'm not going to do it. And if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. And the amount of money I have on the line is effectively irrelevant for that. So money is not my motivator. My motivation is performing well and doing the best of my ability. After the ace jack to pocket threes, will we see any wine soon? Don't have any wine here, unfortunately. By design. This World Series of Poker, I decided no wine at home. A lot of people don't know what they signed up for. Yeah, it's true. A lot of people do not have a clue what they're doing when they go to play poker. They think they're just gonna win. People care about comfort. Too many things for you to be comfortable saying something. I mean, look, a lot of times people want to care. People like to care. A lot of people like to care about stuff. And I realize that I have little to no impact on almost all things. And if I have little to no impact on it, I'm not so concerned with it. I mean, sure, like you care a little bit about a lot of stuff, but I try to focus on the things I can do that actually matter and add value to the world. And that's it. That's what's under my control. We should probably not bet this. Probably just fold if they bet. Pretty bad turn. But I definitely do think we should, as a world, a society, should do a much better job of educating people about money. Like, you're not taught anything about money in school, I don't think. I mean, whenever I was going to school, they didn't teach us anything about money. And I've made plenty of blunders with money. And I would have been much happier and much better off in life had I had at least any sort of financial guidance growing up. And I definitely think finance should be taught, at least something pertaining to finance should be taught in middle school, high school, something like that. How to not lose all of your money, how to use your money to make more money, how to use your money to have positive impacts on society, et cetera, et cetera. What is this? What is this? All right. Been playing for a while in India. Now you're profiting. Good job, good work. I do think it's interesting how people ask poker players, like, what's your biggest win? Whereas nobody asks regular people, how much do you make at your job, you know? I think that's always interesting that money talk is typically much more open and free in the poker sphere compared to basically every other sphere, besides maybe like celebrity, you know, like celebrity status stuff. I'm just going to fold this. I mean, maybe I could raise, but whatever. Maybe I'm supposed to raise. Like, I'm sure people Google how much celebrities make whenever they make a movie or whatever, but like nobody really Googles how much most people make. How do you deal with the mindset of staying within the bankroll and not get tempted to play bigger buy-in games? Just takes discipline. If you're not properly bankrolled for a game, you are risking some amount of ruin in the long run. And especially if you consistently take shots at games you're not bankrolled for, then you're really going to start running into risk of ruin. You do not want to go broke. Going broke is really bad, assuming you want to being able to continue making money in the future. All you got to do to win, it's easy. Find a game you can beat. Play it a lot. And keep a proper bankroll. And that's it. You do those three things, you will win in the long run. You do not do... Oh, that's not it. You don't do those three things, you will lose in the long run. Simple as that. Most people don't want to do all three. It sounds like you're trying to play bigger because you're lacking discipline or you're lacking understanding of what you're actually signed up to do. Did I play the main? Yes, I did. Did I lose? Yes, I did. I lost on day one. I decided to hero call somebody in a spot where I thought I was inducing bluffs. And in a spot where I thought... Apparently, I'm getting bad at putting my opponents on ranges. I thought he could like literally never have the hand he had. It went raise, call, call, call. I 3-bet queens with the queen of spades in the big blind. Only the third caller called. Okay? Comes king 4-2, two spades. I made it big to where I effectively priced out a lot of the pairs. I bet tiny on the flop. I bet 3,500 into like 17K or something. I bet 3,000 into 17K. He looks at it, looks a little confused, and makes it 10. And at this point, I really didn't think he had a whole lot of kings in his range. And even if there were two spades on board. Even if he does have a king, like odds are queen of spades is good if it does somehow run her off. Or flush. Also, I thought he was going to have a lot of middle pairs. I thought what was happening here is that the opponent was going to be viewing this 3,000 bet as just some nonsense bluff / whatever. So whatever, I called. Turn was a spade, like the 8 of spades or something. I checked, and he snap went all in for pot. So I need 33% equity. Maybe a little bit more because of not wanting to go broke in the main event. And I decided to call, and I was pretty sure I was going to see something like jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s with a spade. You know what he showed me? Ace of spades, king. Top pair, top kicker with a nut flush draw. I got it in drawn to 1 out. He's not afraid to fail. I'm not afraid to fail. I've failed plenty of times. I have failed plenty of times. And that was a pretty hard fail, too. Text said you were here for just a day and decided to not come and do any of my activities. you were off by a day. Bad beat. I am sharp as a sword. Do my best. I mean, look, I've done a lot right and I've done a lot wrong, and I've learned a lot through life, and you just try to better yourself, and you realize helping other people is the way you go about doing that. And it's a way to actually scale it, right? So it's a way to help out a lot of folks. And you can do that in all sorts of ways. Oh, this is good. This is the ace and the ace. The pocket rockets. You're always floored by my lightning quick and inquisitive mind. I do my best. What are you passionate about these days that's really driving you? Oh, I like a lot of things. Oh boy, Mr. Justin. Is he going to know I have aces every time if I flat? I mean, just got to call, right? Do I invest in any stocks or real estate? I had a bunch of real estate, then I sold it to buy my apartment in Manhattan. Needed more money. So now I just have one apartment in Manhattan. I have a bunch of money in ETFs, but that's like retirement money. But no, I don't pick stocks. I kind of presume that I'm not sharper than other people. Do have a bunch of investments in various tech startups. I'm sure those are all in the dumpster now. Some of them are doing great, actually. All you need is a few 100Xs and you're good to go on those. And what else? Well, have a decent chunk of crypto, decent chunk of NFTs. Maybe those will do well, maybe they won't, who knows. A lot of speculative stuff. Talk about risk of ruin. All my money is in speculative stuff. I think it's all good, but I mean, you gotta realize just because you think something's good doesn't mean it is good. Is he gonna show me the literal queen here? If I gotta lose to somebody, I'm happy to lose to Justin. It's fine. I mean, I'm going to jam river, obviously, if he checks. He only has half pot. He could easily have a queen for value here. Unlucky spot for him. Rebuy. Auto rebuy. Oh, Justin. Unlucky. Unlucky. They don't want to educate you. They want you to keep you in debt. I don't think they have. I have no like malicious feelings towards the education institution. I just think a lot of people don't view financial education as something that is like that important. Even though I think it is. So, you know, you gotta teach people to the best of your ability. So we 3-bet here. I mean, we could call, whatever. You know, so you can go either way. Not a good flop. We'll throw out a bet, though. You always wonder how poker pros divide money between bankroll and living expenses. Well, in the ideal world, you get such a big bankroll to where the games you are playing are small compared to your actual net worth. I mean, I always recommend anybody who's getting started without a whole lot going on in life, like whenever I was young, I was 18 years old, I had nothing going on. I spent almost no money. Almost none. Like my expenses each month were like $1,200 or something. It was like literal nothing. And that allowed me to keep almost all the money I won in my bankroll, and the bankroll grew very quickly. Back then, when I was young, I was winning $30,000 a month, give or take, and I was spending about $1,200 a month. I didn't do anything besides play poker. That's all I did. And that let the bankroll grow very quickly. And I mean, I was playing like $200 buy-in games and $500 buy-in games with like $200,000, you know, like had effectively an infinite bankroll for the game. We'll put in a little raise here. Raisey daisy. Sure. Oh boy. So, in the ideal world, that's what happens, is that your finances are not constricted by your lack of bankroll. He snap called me on the flop. Ugh. I think I go like half pot here. He's not going to fold a jack ever, right? And I gotta go for small. 2 pairs. Never folding 2 pairs. That's an annoying one. I think we'd probably get him to fold on some runouts, but not that one, obviously. Raise, call, call. I think we'll pot this. That was maybe an optimistic one. No, I mean, check raise flop's fine. You gotta obviously bet turn. Maybe it's just like blast river. The problem is it's so easy for him to have a jack. If he has a jack, he's obviously never folding. So I think my play's fine. And you miss Mike Sexton. I miss Mike Sexton as well. Very good guy. Very, very good guy. We'll just go for bet here. Not the greatest flop, and he's going to have a lot of pairs, but pairs are going to get worse on a lot of turns. I mean, I guess I'll just give up. It's okay to win 100K and take shots with 10% at higher stakes. Do whatever you want, man. It's okay to do anything. It's okay to do anything. You just got to realize that you're risking going broke. You know, if you're cool with it or you're not. I mean, I just literally told you what I did as a young person. I never took a shot. And eventually you get to where your bankroll is gigantic compared to the games you're playing. And then you just have like, you're just really well off because you need 300 buy-ins and you have 4,000 buy-ins, you know? And so then it's like, I couldn't really play any higher because there were no bigger games. And that was it. We were there. An apartment in Manhattan is a fortune in real estate. Yeah, I'm probably a little too overinvested in real estate, despite it's just the one place I live in. All I have is my one apartment, and I'm drastically overleveraged. No, I don't really think I would want real estate, honestly, but my wife does, so whatever. I'm a big fan of options, and real estate really constricts your options because it's not so liquid, and to sell it, you got to pay fees. Yeah, it's a large amount of money locked up that's not liquid, and you got to pay fees to get rid of it. It's a little bit rough. Obviously, you got to live somewhere, so the alternative is to just like pay monthly, right? But at the same time, even though you don't like bank any equity by renting, you can go and do whatever you want. Now, once you start to have a family and whatnot, most people don't really care about having options to get up and move. But like I personally don't really care where I live. Makes almost no difference to me. And to be fair, Manhattan's probably the worst place for me to live because they tax you a lot and there's no poker there. But it's not up to me, right? And my wife knows she's not moving away from her family, so that's that. Okay. I've taught you almost as much about life as I have about poker. Yeah, well, thank you. I do my best. I've learned a lot in my short amount of time here, and I'm certainly sure that I'm not right about everything, and I'm certainly sure that my thought processes do not apply to a lot of people's situations, but I'm happy to try to help all of you. Ace-Ace plays itself, but that was a well-played Ace-Ace. Correct. Invest in gold and silver. Oh my god, I got torched on gold and silver as a kid. Whenever they started printing all the dollars back in the day, I just loaded up on gold and silver at pretty much the peak. Silver's probably never going to get back to $50 an ounce or whatever it was. And they printed dollars to oblivion, so silver's really worth like $2 an ounce or something. Not 2, but you know what I'm saying. Gold, I think, is about roughly what I paid for it, but again, dollar got depreciated by a lot, so that's unfortunate. The problem with a lot of commodities is that they don't really add value. Like gold just sits in the closet, you know? I mean, that's the problem with a lot of things, is that they don't actually add value. The good thing about owning companies is that companies presumably add value. There's a lot of value in adding value. But yeah, I got a sprinkle of everything, apparently, now that I'm thinking about it. Got a little sprinkle of everything. This is a pretty bad hand. I guess I'll still call. They're anti-small. Oh, whatever. I'll call. Screw it. Definitely on the borderline. It's probably a fold. Obviously, they give us the bottom pair for fun. This might be bad enough to check raise, but I don't think we're supposed to raise here a ton, so I'll just call. Jay Saliba is such an awesome and humble person. He's a very good guy. A+ human. I mean, whatever. We just lose here. Why would he overbet? Look, whenever you have the bottom pair, you should always at least consider putting in the raise. But I'm just going to fold. Why invest in gold and silver? Well, the logic of investing in gold and silver is that the U.S. government's going to torch themselves by printing all the dollars, which they have been, but it seems like it doesn't matter, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. They print all the money, but then people still want the currency. Interesting stuff. God, it's not a great spot. Snap raises me. Are you kidding me? Like, this is the type of play that just makes literally no sense. And I worry, like, in spots like this, the right play is just to rip it in on him. The problem is when I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh, my God. Whatever. Weird spot. I bet some portion of the time we're supposed to just, like, rip it in that guy's face, even though I never do it. I mean, that's the logic for investing in any store or value item, is that you think that the government's going to screw itself, which maybe it will, maybe it won't. We have the queens on the ace-king-6 board against heh. You're glad we have the financial talks. Good. Glad to hear it. We'll call this. We need to get back on the gold standard. I highly doubt America's going to get on the gold standard anytime soon. Clearly it's not. Yeah. Queens and jacks into the dumpster. Obviously check. I think we can try to flop well with this pairs. I don't think we need to 3-bet ever. He's going to show me kings or a queen here a lot. Maybe 10s, maybe 9s. I just think I never win. Yeah. No set. Check, fold. Check, fold, check, fold. This is where they give me the 2 and stack me. In the Crush Live Poker Discord, Bart took a lot of flat in his position that it's better to rent than to own a house. Yeah, you know. I don't know why you would take flack for your position on if you think you should rent or own a house. That seems like a weird thing for anybody to give you flack for. Of the things that people should be taking firm stances on, I'm not sure why that's the one. I think a lot of people like to think that what they are doing is right and definitively right. And to be fair, I was always raised, hey, grow up, buy a house. That's the whole goal of life. Work your entire life, get a house, and then you're a success if you've done this. And I did that when I was 19, and then I realized now I have this thing I have to pay for that I don't really even want. And if I want to move, I have to somehow pay $10,000 or something to somebody else to sell my thing. We're getting all the cards, but I have none of the chips. So look, I mean, I love the idea of options. Options are perhaps the most valuable thing you can have in the world. Options are value. Options are power. Options are really all you want. I learned this from Magic the Gathering. You can pay more to have more options. And it's usually a good deal. And renting gives you options. Now the question is do you actually need those options? If you don't care about ever moving anywhere else, and if you really like your neighborhood and you don't think it's ever going to get worse or whatever, then the option that you're getting is effectively useless, right? This is a bad hand, but I guess I'll call. So you have to ask, are those options valuable? Like, I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 10 years. My wife doesn't know where she's going to be working in 10 years. Maybe my wife's parents decide to move to Florida or something. Not this ever going to happen, but imagine they decide to move to Florida. Now we have one big reason to not live there. I mean, so like stuff can happen that you can't really foresee, and having to pay to get out of a position is rough. Now, obviously, you pay to rent as well, so it's like that's rough too. There's positives and negatives to both things. I mean, there's positive and negatives to most things in life, and that's it. Can't fold the Pensacola nuts, the 8-5 offsuit. Is that the Pensacola nuts? Do I just go for a bluff here? I think I do. My books have taken you from not knowing what a set was to being profitable. Well, good. I wonder if ace high folds there. Maybe I'm supposed to have a diamond to bluff. Whatever. Can't be bad to bluff in spots like that. I think we're going to get folds in general. If they call with ace high every time, then clearly that's different. Probably optimistic. I don't mind taking little stabs like that, though. Maybe I'm supposed to bet giant. I could be convinced of that. Okay. I think a lot of people have stances and positions on things, and they think that their way of thinking must be the only way. And anybody else who thinks differently must be an idiot or crummy. And you got to realize people do things for all sorts of reasons. And your situation is different than other people's situations. And that's okay. Ramon, I have no clue what you're talking about right now. That's a really bad river. What side are we playing on? This is the World Series of Poker.com. We're trying to win a World Series bracelet. It's not going well. Very annoying spot on the river. Guess we fold. Oh my god, aces again. I've had aces like 6 times. Yeah, a lot of people think that what they think is definitively correct, or that they know. They know something. And you got to realize you know almost nothing. I realize I know almost nothing about most things. Certainly I can guess, certainly I can speculate, but I actually definitively know almost nothing about most things. And therefore, my opinion about most things should not be valued. Cold call by the big blind. All right. All right. Oh my God. I guess I'm supposed to check with the ace of clubs, right? You know how this one's going to go. You can see this coming a mile away. What is this? Check, check, check. So we're going to have to bet turn, I think. God. Yeah, we'll bet turn and then jam river, I think. I think we can very easily value bet river. We're going to get called by any hand with a club here, I think. All right. Will this video be available later? Yes. We live in this interesting world where people can post something on Twitter and think that because they can post it on Twitter that people should highly value their opinion. People who post a lot about a lot of things I think you have to start, it's going to sound bad, I mean, it sounds like egotistical to think this, but you have to start undervaluing people's opinions about things when they talk as if they definitively know a lot of things, because it means they don't. It means they're delusional. Because everybody cannot know a lot of things about all sorts of things. It just doesn't happen. Now, if you have an expert on a specific thing and they've clearly devoted their life to it or a lot of time to it, then you should probably actually respect their opinion on something. I mean, if you pay attention to Jonathan Little's Twitter, I don't tweet about a whole lot of things. Why? Because I don't want to mislead any of you. And I am, I don't know the right word is. Humble's not the right word, but I'm like logical enough to realize that my thoughts on the economy or gas prices or badminton or basketball, my opinion on all of these things is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. So why would I possibly say something about something that my opinion is irrelevant at? And the thing is a lot of people think they're expert at things that they're actually just not an expert at. So you have to pick your follows wisely. I mean, I guess I just run it here with the Jack 4, right? Oh my God. You thought I was talking about call and put options for a moment, LOL. No, options in life, you know. Having the ability to pivot. Oh boy. Can you imagine if I just get super lucky on Justin twice in a row? That's not going to be right. It's a bad turn for him. Obviously, I'm jamming every river. I'm trying to think if I like don't jam any spades or whatever, but like whatever. If he has spades, he has spades. Maybe I'm supposed to leave myself a little bit here. No, I just jam. Maybe I'm supposed. Maybe what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here? Maybe, God, what? He has a lot of tens. No, I guess I just shove. Whatever. I'm not sure about that one. When it runs off the back door flush and straight, it's kind of a weird spot, right? Maybe I'm supposed to bet small there. I could be convinced small is probably better. Okay. Guess we'll 3-bet. Call 2. We'll call this one. Pachito nuts because the California Grand Cardinal is close to the I-680. Sure. We float. Prey checks turn. Check, check, turn. Check, check, river. Maybe we win. Do I ever rip it? This guy, I'm kind of confused by this guy. I mean, I'm gonna fold, but I could see jamming being right here. Oh my god, I'm timing out over here. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Alright, well, don't time out. Timing out's bad. Especially when you're not even aware of what's happening. Best things to study for new players. PokerCoaching.com, tournament or cash game masterclass for whichever game you want to play. How many do this? Oh my god. Raise, free bet, rip it on me. Okay. Let's think about it. I mean, we're going to call it off, right? This is just a call. The players seem very splashy in this game. I mean, yeah, he's going to have aces and kings a lot, but plenty of worse stuff too. So we're just in. Queen, jack. Ace and ace. Great. Queen and jack. I was hoping to see queen and jack and not ace and ace. Here I have a set. Set's good. Do I raise or do I call? Man, this is such a brick board. I think I gotta raise just because we're deep stacked, right? He's gonna fold a lot, but when we're so deep, we do gotta get money in. I've been really active too, so with any luck, they're gonna not believe me. How long did it take me to read audiobooks? 500-page book takes about 40 hours, give or take. Gosh, hope he doesn't show me the king and the king. Alrighty, alrighty. Do I stay at the same place every year? I do. I like it here. It's not so convenient compared to the last place where the World Series was, but that's okay. Still acceptable. This is a rough flop. We're going to get a lot of backdoor draws. Bet turn and river here? Sure. Really bad turn. It's like total brick. Brick city for me. And I guess I just have to bet again. Obviously he calls any diamond, but if he doesn't have a diamond, maybe we get folds. Ugh. Yeah, you know. He's gonna show me a lot of tens here. What do I want my bluffs to look like here? I don't want to have diamonds. I don't want to have diamonds. So I guess this is it. Obviously he calls with an ace. He may even just call with a 10 every time. It's easy for me to have 2 pair here. Easy for me to have straight here. I'll probably bet straight draws on turn, I guess. I'm getting literally all the good cards. They probably think I'm nuts. Oh my god. Is this a one-day tournament? I think so. I don't know. I think it went till 4 a.m. last year. I just play till I'm out of chips. Twitch.com/Jonathan Little. The only thing he'll call you all in with is the flush. If you think a good, strong, world-class opponent is going to drastically overfold, you are kidding. Obviously call. Ace and ace for him. Okay. It's always a nice spot to get the ace and the ace against the king and the king. Aren't you worried about screen watching? You have to watch your screen in order to play poker. How are you going to know what cards you have? Okay. Just take a hand off. Take a hand off. What if you bet small in the river and he shoves on you? What if? Do you prefer to play with blind showing or chip count when playing online? Blinds. Definitely blinds. Do everything you can to make your life easy. I don't even know if that's a thing on this site, is it? I don't think it's a thing. Ace and queen and jack. Boy, oh boy, what a world. Most things don't matter, and most things do not need much of your consideration. What am I talking about? Like, for example, you ask, is this a one-day tournament? Like, I literally don't know, and I literally don't care. Because it's not going to matter most of the time. And I have nothing else to do today. I'm going to literally play poker until I'm out of chips. And then I'm not going to play poker anymore. And then I'm probably going to go to bed because I'm tired. And that's it. I will play literally as late as I need to play. I think, you know, something else that I think may help me with this idea of not caring about money so much is that it's like, I'm cool with most things. I really am just cool with most things. I'm not all that picky. Sure, I like nice things, but at the same time, I don't really care that much about, I just don't care that much about a lot of stuff. Like, if I have to play 12 hours today, I don't care. Fine. If I bust on the next hand, fine. And I think a lot of people really want to be in the know. They want to, like, have really clear, good information. But a lot of people, well, almost no one's going to actually give you good, clear information. And even if you get it, what value does it really add to your life? Do you ever feel down out of busting out of a deep run? What do I do to decompress? I go to sleep and then I wake up and I'm good to go the next day. let's see. I'm in 90th place. That's not very good. Maybe I feel like I'm supposed to 3-bet bluff this some, but at the same time, like, I've been really active. Let's see. First place is $260,000. That would be good. Biggest chip leader has a whopping 3 starting stacks. Some of you are talking about hands that happened a long time ago. I do not remember those hands at all. Sorry. When will I teach my kids to play poker? Whenever they want to learn to play poker. They already play stuff like Go Fish. I'm happy to teach my kids anything they would like to learn. I've potted it every time from the small blind. I've had airball and now ace 10. And queens again. I just get all the cards. But I never win. Oh my gosh. This is nuts. I mean, I feel like I'm going to start getting some action at some point here. Not from only aces. I've had so many good cards. Is Justin going to jam me? He probably will. Okay. We qualify. He did not qualify. Here's a spot where I think if I bet, he's going to raise me a decent chunk. And I think I can actually rip it on him. So let's think about this. I go 1,000, he goes 3. I need to go maybe a touch bigger. Sure. Do you have any recommendations for tournaments on Monday or Wednesday? No, not at all. There's a tournament document made by Kenny Hollert, something like that. Check that out. He basically lists all the tournaments happening around Vegas, but I don't know what's happening at Venetian or anything at all. I mean, if he jams here, whatever, it's just an easy call off. Wow, ace, king into ace, ace. And king, king into ace, ace. Yeah, that's not lucky. Fortunately, I'm not concerned with luck. Oh my God. You gotta realize there's variance in poker. Yeah, you run into aces sometimes. Such is life. Such is life. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you run into it. I think a lot of people get really focused on the idea of I don't want to go broke. I really don't want to lose my stack. And I'm telling you all, I mean, you see me, I punt it right in there. I don't care at all. And it's like I'm not trying to lose my money, but at the same time, like I'm going to play well. You know, I'm not going to play poorly on purpose to try to conserve a stack in a tournament. Just makes no sense. Why are people talking about COVID cases in my stream? Stop with this stuff. I'm not a doctor. The medical stream is on a different channel. A lot of people think they know stuff they don't. If you're not a virologist, I don't care what you have to say about COVID. Is that correct? Is that too harsh? No, it's about right. I remember whenever COVID first started, people were asking me, like, what do you think about COVID? What's it going to do to the poker world? I'm like, I'm not a virologist, and I'm not an event planner. So you should not value my opinion at all. And if you get your opinion from watching TV, you should probably also not value your opinion at all. At all. Why would he jam? That's weird. You bet that I'm more responsible for helping players improve their game than any other poker site in history. It's probably true. I'm not sure. I mean, you got to think like, well, somebody like Doyle certainly helped a ton. People like Dan Harrington helped a ton. Not that they were necessarily teaching very, very good poker strategy or anything, but they were good for the day. And I'm certainly more people have read Doyle's books than mine. I'd presume. I'm going to call it off here, unless this guy jams. I think the website only allows certain states to play on this site. Can you explain? You must be on a site. Oh God. You must be on a site where you can legally play online poker in America. I think I'm still just going to put it in here and then rebuy. This guy's going to have aces a lot if he's smart. Do I have any cash games this trip besides the meetup? I do not. Sorry. That was it. That was it, and we did it. Hey, we're live. Maybe. Really live. Really live. Is New York City really bad like they say on the news? No. Has crime risen? I don't know. No one's ever inflicted a crime on me in New York City. And I'm not all that big of a person. So, I'm sure I've been lucky. Do we ever pop him here? Sure. What's good advice for you to get psychologically past losing your bankroll? Don't lose your old bankroll is the answer to that one. Have good bankroll management. This is nuts. What are these people doing? It's like they don't care about money either. Finally, a decent board with the queens. Yeah, we actually finally qualified. I mean, I guess I'm supposed to 3-bet again. I think I'm just going to fold this one. I mean, look, these guys are going nuts. I don't know why they're going nuts, but they're going nuts. Raise, 3-bet. Is this a 4-bet? I think so. It's a small 3-bet, though. I'm going to fold because of the small 3-bet size. I wish I was paying better attention. If I had seen a small 3-bet out of this guy before, from the small blind, I'd be way more inclined to put in the 4-bet there. But typically, when people 3-bet smalls, because they're usually trying to get action. I mean, obviously that's very, very player dependent, but usually that sends off alarm bells to me to some extent. I love how people try to throw around the word scam like they know what a scam is. What are my thoughts on the World Series, Maine being the biggest scam in poker? What do you mean by scam? Explain what you mean by scam. Okay? A scam means that you are essentially being cheated. No one's being cheated at the World Series. You may not like the rake. You may not like the idea that somebody takes $10 million out of the poker economy and shoves it in their pocket. But it's not a scam. Break time. Hello again. Let's see. Who is my favorite poker player? Justin Saliba, of course. You just found my audiobooks. Incredible value. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm getting all the cards. Indeed. But no chips. I have all the cards, but look, I have literally half a starting stack here. And I have a starting stack here. Brutal. I've had aces like 7 times. I did have kings into aces, though. And I did have ace-king into kings. I'm sorry, ace-king into aces. So, that's where a lot of my chips went. And you gotta realize, sometimes you're gonna lose. I gotta keep my energy levels up. I need another banana. You're not sure it's overfolding if you know your beat. If you know your beat, RMX, it means your opponents are bad. Bad. If your opponents are really bad, then you can fold a lot if you know they never bluff. The thing is, though, is that we're playing a $7,777 buy-in tournament, and literally every single player in this game is capable of bluffing at least a decent chunk of the time. Maybe not fully adequately, like GTO frequency, but most of the players are going to be capable of bluffing. If they don't bluff, then they will definitively get smashed and lose. That is true. Doyle and the other ones don't do any of this private or poker training site. So that's fun. That is true. We have had a lot of people go through the training site. And not just like people who are learning a little bit. People who are like getting really good at poker. So that's fun. It's your favorite spins coach. Crush it. Hello. City Roller. Hope you're having a great and good day. Hope life is treating you well. Am I in Nevada? I am in Nevada. Nevada or Nevada? Depends on where you're from. Why in the world are people talking about crime statistics in Jonathan Little's poker stream? Are you all nuts? All right, we're just going to start. I'm going to give you all 6 minutes to get all the crime nonsense and all the COVID nonsense out of your system. And then I'm going to start banning all of you because I don't really care. Correct. More poker, less politics. I think people who... There's actually a good post on Wait But Why about this, about how a lot of people in politics aren't really... It's like a religion. It's like a religion. We don't need religion here either at the moment. Maybe later, maybe next hour. It's too early for this, all of you. Do you ever use a random number generator? No. Probably should. I just bluff a lot. I just go for it when I feel like going for it. Oh, goodness. What a world. I stare at my opponent and I use my magical reading abilities. Ace-4 suited is a 4-bet bluff 50 big blinds deep. With multi-way charts? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I do think, though, it's certainly reasonable, but the size is what threw me off. No RNG needed if the size tips you off. I have not seen Dan Harrington. I don't even know what Dan Harrington looks like anymore. Sounds like I'm on edge. I'm not on edge. This is normal. It's no fun. We don't get aces every other hand. I'm going to fall asleep over here. We have to get the energy levels up. We need more bananas. Bananas and club music. I went to the club last night until about 4 a.m. to listen to the Chainsmokers perform. They were good. And then I had to wake up bright and early and go record content at the PokerGo studio for pokercoaching.com and for my YouTube channel. And now I'm here listening to people talk about things they don't know about in the chat box. Scam equals selling a dream that anyone can win. I don't think they made it very clear that anyone can win. Who said anybody can win? Also, to be fair, anyone can win. So therefore, it's not a scam. A scam would be them stealing your money. Do you know how much money the World Series makes off tournament buy-ins? Yes, I do. And what's the problem with that? Businesses are allowed to charge whatever they would like for their services. And if you do not like the service being provided for the cost you're paying, go somewhere else. Doesn't mean it's a scam. Imagine I wanted to start charging $10,000 a month for pokercoaching.com. Wouldn't be a scam. I wouldn't have any customers, but it would not be a scam. If you don't like the cost of the thing you're buying, don't buy it. That's on you. That's not on them. Also, do you know how much money it costs to run a casino? It actually costs a lot of money. Way more money than you would think. You just finished up my small stakes book and you love it. Good, I'm glad to hear it. Do I have any follow-up notes since I wrote it? Which small stakes book are we talking about? There's one called Mastering Small Stakes No Limit Hold'em. It's a big book. It's about 500 pages long. That, there are no updates. But if you watch the content at Poker Coaching, as Craig here says, you'll be getting the most up-to-date stuff. Am I blinding out on my other game? Holy God. No, say it ain't so. Okay. Phew. Got excited. Is there ever a reason not to late reg a tournament? If you think you don't have an edge anymore. For example, say the tournament takes 10% rake, then and you think you have like 5% ROI in the tournament, it means we're losing 5% even though you are profitable. Will we ever see a quote-unquote amateur win the World Series again? What is an amateur? Someone with $0 in cashes? Probably not. Probably not. Because everybody has some cashes nowadays. It's hard to not have some cashes. You have an open forum to basically talk with a poker guru about anything, and these people want to talk about nonsense. Shows you how messed up some people are, honestly. Sorry people I'm talking about here, but a lot of people squander their opportunities. A lot of people squander the good things that come into their life because they're overly concerned with things that don't matter all that much or things that are completely irrelevant to the situation. And that is unfortunate. I bet here way too fast. Oh, okay. Do we ever call a river bet? It's a pretty bad bluff catcher, I guess. Nevada is the correct pronunciation if you don't come from Nevada. What's the most you ever lost in a day? I don't know. Played a 300K once and I lost. It wasn't all my money, though. What's the most I ever personally lost in a day? Let me think about that number. Maybe like 100K or something. I don't know. Is that what I'm supposed to remember? I'm telling you, I really don't remember stuff like that. I have no clue what the biggest loss or the biggest win I've had in. I mean, I know like my biggest wins in tournaments, but like cash games, I really have no clue. We are not flopping especially well. Is this one so bad I can just check fold? Maybe I check and then run it. Sure. It's a very good card for me to bluff. I think I'm supposed to go big. Are tournaments worthwhile for recreational players in your opinion? Well, what does recreational mean to you? That you're not winning in the game? If you're not winning in the game, what does it mean worthwhile? Like, are they profitable? Do we get our bluff through? Ugh, no. I think I'm gonna shove. Yeah. Probably gonna get snapped off, but I think it's a shove. Don't know about that one. I guess I'll just fold this to slightly bigger bet. All right. What in the world is this? What in the world is this? Hello from the Philippines. Good morning. Very low audio. It's turned up. Sorry. I could be like the people who put their face right on the microphone. If the audio is very low, turn up the volume on your computer. Sorry for the low audio. I don't know why I'm having low audio. I mean, I guess I could put the microphone right in front of my face. I could do this number and do the streams like the people who stream like this. They're my favorite ones. It's almost as funny as the people who listen to music on their streams, right? I'm sure I'm going to randomly unplug the thing goofing off over here. Don't goof off with the audio setup, Jonathan. What do you think are the most important things to study when progressing from low to middle stakes? The fundamentals. You need to know how to play well. And the weird thing about small stakes is you don't actually have to play all that well to win. So you may be playing really poorly, but just better than your opponents in the small and medium stakes. And that's going to result in perhaps you not actually being all that good at poker. And by the time you move up to the medium and high stakes, you may be potentially playing against players who are way better than you. And they may crush you because they play way closer to a fundamentally sound strategy than you. Ideal starting bankroll for 1-2. How much is your win rate? Have I ever played in Texas? I have not. If not, you should make a trip. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm not a fan of playing in unregulated card rooms. It's not my cup of tea. Ooh, spicy. Spicy J. Saliba. Oh, God, unlucky. I wasn't watching that hand, but that's not lucky. All right, we have 40 big blinds. All right. We need to get a hold of some chips. We have roughly a starting stack. We're hanging around. Over here we have half a starting stack. We're hanging around. I just need to win all my hands. What's the advantage to late registering? The advantage to late registering is that if you're bad, you don't have to play as many hands to win the tournament. If you're bad at poker, you want to play as few hands as possible, with as short of a stack as possible, because that way you can't screw up. So, if you're bad at poker, you should be looking to late register every single time, max late register, because that's where you're going to have the least disadvantage. Now, if you're a good, strong winning player, you would never want to register late, assuming your only goal in life is to maximize your expectation in that individual tournament. What in the world? I'm getting a text message about resetting my Apple ID. Weird. Is this oh my God, I just timed out. Why did it time me out? Why did it just time me out there? Huh. Am I out of time bank? That's weird. You have one question. How much could you get for the bracelet you after in here? If you won but wanted... How much could you get for a World Series bracelet? I don't know. You got to find a buyer. How much can you sell anything for? Got to find a buyer. Any plans to play in Europe soon? No, I don't think so. Reading my text message. Sorry. All right. What are we talking about? Any plans to play in Europe soon? No, probably not. Why was your first screen name Fiery Justice? It's a cool Magic card with cute art. Don't play on any other U.S. sites. No. Oh, what's the advantage of late registering? The advantage of late registering for good players is you may have other stuff to do. And, you know, to be fair, if you... A lot of the best online players in the world are really good at short stack play. They're like A+ at short stack play. And they're not really all that good at deep stacked play. And if you study only, let's say, 40 big blind and shallow or poker, and that's all you ever really study, then maybe there's some merit in that. What's the name of the guy who donates all of his winnings? Bill Klein. Bill Klein. I've had the pleasure of playing with him a few times, and he is a very nice guy, at least to me. "2 a.m. here. Ooh, bright and early. Good morning, good morning." God. You haven't found much on understanding people's tells. There's information by Zach Elwood. He has 3 books that are all very good, and he has a video series that is very good. A little bit dry, a little bit straightforward, but very good and accurate. World Series Online won't let you play in Oregon. Any recommendations? You got to go to Nevada or New Jersey. I'm paranoid about blinding out on this other table. Raise, 3-bet small. Wow, this is probably an all-in. I think this is an all-in. Sure. Ugh, annoying. Annoying. Queen. All right. You got me. All righty, you got me. I think I can play again. That's fine. Like how they just pop you right back in there in half a second. Rebuy you're in. No wasting time. How are Texas card games unregulated? You're confused by that statement. In Texas, currently, as far as I know, I could be incorrect about this, but as far as I know, you play in clubs, private clubs, where you pay money to go in, and then anything goes once you're inside the building. Which is why you see players running all the games, and that's why you see people cheating with shuffling machines that are rigged, and, you know, that's why you see people not getting paid by the casinos sometimes. It's all that. How many big blinds you start shoving hands like ace-2? It depends on your position. Depends on the action before you. This has been a rough stream, everyone. I thought I was going to sit down and win a bracelet in 3 hours. That's what I was promised. This is a scam. Don't ban me, it's a joke. Don't ban me, it's a joke. Gotta be careful what you say on the internet nowadays. They'll ban you for anything. Saying you're playing with a guy who plays insanely loose. You have to hit your time bank button pre-flop. All right. Don't fall for a phishing scam. You know, it's weird because it was like a pop-up on my iPhone. Can they now send pop-ups to your iPhone? Like, it was literally in the Apple settings. It was literally in the Apple settings, and they emailed me. I don't know. Maybe they got me. Hopefully they didn't get me. If they got me, hopefully it wasn't too hard. Worst case, I got a new fake email. They got a new fake password. All right, all right, all right. Is this it or do we call? We made it big. What did I start with? 60? Call or jam, which one? I guess jam. It's a little big. Feels bad. That's a rough one. Do you have any hope that Poker Stars New Jersey, Michigan, etc. will join a global compact? A global compact? Worldwide? I mean, I always have hopes. But I'll believe it when I see it. Is Poker Cruncher as good as other solver? I think Poker Cruncher is just like ICM, or just like, what's it called? Equilab, right? It's just like an equity calculator. But I could be wrong, I haven't used it. I think that's the one for Mac, right? If you play poker, get yourself a fancy Windows computer. Ooh, 10-8 suited. This is a good hand. This is a good hand. Do I plan on adding a GTO trainer to poker coaching? No. This is a terrible flop for my hand. Like, really, really bad. It's really bad because even if I improve, I could still just be dead, right? And also, if he just ever puts much money at all in the pot, I cannot win. It might just be a fold immediately, really, but I'm going to call. Within what percent is it good enough if you're close enough on equities? Well, usually you got to realize, like, you're not looking at how much do I have to put into call to win how much. It's because you're going to get paid some on the river when you improve. So your implied odds are very, very relevant a lot of the time. You're almost never going to be getting the right odds to straight draw to a junky draw. You saw me draw early in the day to literally 2 outs, knowing I was drawing to 2 outs, banking on good implied odds, right? You should adjust your play to your opponents. Correct. What should you do if your opponents always call whenever you raise to 3 big blinds? Well, you can raise bigger, or you can just raise a stronger linear range. David Einhorn donates all his money also. I don't know if he donates all of it. He certainly donates a ton of it. I had dinner with him last night. Hello. I've had Queen 9 suited a bunch today, and I have not gotten good flops for Queen 9 suited. My suited connectors are failing me, as are my kings and queens. Only hand I've won with, I think, is aces. So I guess I should fold everything besides aces. Weird lead. Weird, weird lead. I mean, I'm tempted to just fold. Oh, what are we doing? Yeah. Spin the wheel. Ooh, almost hit it. This is one of these flops that gets you in trouble because you can't really check fold, I don't think. Unless he blasts it. If he blasts it, though, I mean, it's pretty nasty. Maybe I'm supposed to fold. I'm not folding. I mean, if he jams or something, I'm probably supposed to call. Ugh. God, and he did jam. This is just a call. Yeah. You got me. Good job. Nice hand. You got cheated out of $800. Be interested to know how you got cheated out of $800. So many draws there. I think people are going to shove to try to get you off of pairs. So can't go around folding pairs. The clubs in Texas have the same problem as the poker apps, the shady poker apps. Yeah, they do. Anytime you're playing on unlicensed, unregulated, maybe illegal, maybe not legal, who knows, place, you really got to protect yourself. You really got to protect yourself. Scoot, I have no clue what you're talking about. You're here to root for me to win a bracelet. I think I'm going to win a bracelet today. I mean, you just saw me spike an open-ended straight draw. You know how hard that is? And a set draw, to be fair. Solid 10 outs. Can't go around folding 10 outs. Yeah, I think we're just going to run hot now. Anytime you hit your straight draws, how can you lose? Do you have a book on bankroll management? No, but I do have an article at pokercoaching.com/bankroll. It's a little bit big. It's about 10 pages, but it's all you really need. Oh my gosh. We get cold called. All right, you win. You win. You win, you win. It's not an iPhone, it's just a phone. I think it says iPhone on the back of it, doesn't it? It's just branding. Aren't most things in life branding? Think about the World Series of Poker. What makes the World Series of Poker different than any other tournament? Figure that one out. Apple's been requiring iCloud accounts to log out and log back in. Well, that's what just happened to me. Fold. These are aggressive players. Yeah, aggressive players at our table today. Howdy. Just call me Mr. West. Howdy, West. Well, so look, I'll show you the difference. This is a phone. This is a phone, and this is an iPhone. They're different. If I put this in my pocket and walk outside, it will not function properly. And to be fair, if I take this phone inside in a casino in Las Vegas, it won't function properly. Oh my gosh. We're having too much fun. Nine seven suited. We go from 10-8 to 9-7. Perfect. 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 What more do we want in life than the 9-7 suited? Do we call or do we pop him? This guy never folds. Literally never folds, so I guess I'll call. These other guys 4-bet every time, though, so I'm not sure. Or 3-bet every time. So maybe calling's bad. We need to sneak a sneaky call in with the ace and the ace sometime soon. These kids are just going to keep blasting me. Oh my God, they just keep doing it. Not afraid. Not afraid. I mean, I'm just going to fold. Ugh, it makes me angry. Do you all feel the anger? I feel the anger. If you think you're going to 4-bet a lot, you should, or 3-bet a lot, you should probably 3-bet yourself. But at the same time, if the guy's going to call your 4-bet or call your 3-bet every time and then play okay post-flop, then it's also not great. Thank you all for being here with me today. If you enjoyed the show, click the like and subscribe button and all the other buttons. Whatever buttons you can press, push the buttons. Hopefully we're in for a nice long day of poker. I have no clue how long we've been playing. Oh, 3 hours. We've been playing 3.5 hours. 3 hours, I guess. Feels like about 7 hours. It's been a long few weeks of partying. It's been a long 10 days. I am friendly with all the wealthy guys in poker. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I mean, I'm just trying to be nice to everybody. There's a lot of value in just being nice to everybody. Of course, everyone's not going to be nice back to you, but if you're just nice to everybody, it's like whatever, you know? Be nice, make friends. People want your help with something, help them out. We're all mostly pretty cool people. Nice call with the 5s. Yeah, I played it well. Maybe I should fold. I'm not folding. You know, if you ever watch me play poker, I don't fold too often. Gutter ball. I think it was open-ended, wasn't it? I hope it was open-ended. Hello, Ice Dogs from DOD. How was the Royal Party? It was amazing. Wish you could have made it. Next time. Next time. You got to make it next time. The first time was amazing. We went to Top Golf in the morning. We had a bunch of artists there making in real life art on the fly. We also then went to Aria to play poker, like a little 1-3 no limit hold'em for about 4 or 5 hours. People who didn't want to play poker mingled around the casino, got more art made, etc. Then we went to Hakkasan for dinner. We had an amazing dinner there. If you ever need to plan a group dinner, Hakkasan does a really good group dinner. It wasn't even that expensive. It was like $150. I mean, $150 a person or something, which is kind of expensive, but it's not like ungodly expensive, and it was really good food. And then, what did we do? Then we went to Hakkasan Club after that. Nice, good evening. I would do it again. How do you know whether a poker site is quote-unquote safe to play? Well, you ideally want them to be licensed and regulated somewhere legitimate. Yes, I like Mike Sexton a lot. He was one of my mentors in life. Is there a formula to take into account the probability of possible folded outs? No. You have to realize if a card is folded, it's effectively, like, you don't know what cards people are folding for the most part. I mean, you can make assumptions, but you don't know what people are folding, so it's, to some extent, it's mainly about just assuming which outs are in the deck. Usually people aren't folding the actual relevant outs, right? How many online sessions have you played simultaneously? I mean, you mean how many tables? The most I ever really do is like 24. That's about enough for me. What is unlicensed and unregulated as for Texas card room? Are they in violation of state or federal law? I do not know if I don't think they're in violation of state or federal law. but I don't know. I don't know if they're in violation of state or federal law. I presume they're not, though. I think the law is very murky, very unclear. So they're just winging it, you know? Kind of like the poker apps that the people play on, where you play with play money, but you deposit through an agent or whatever. You give the agent money, they give you golden coins on a website, and then you trade your golden coins back for money. We'll float. Can't go around folding here. Can I please just run super hot one time? Actually, I don't want to use my one time here. There's a $50,000 tournament in a few days. I'd rather use my one time that time. Of course, JL has a landline. This is not my house. If I had a landline, you think it's going to look like this? I can tell you, I would get a different phone than this one. Man, my iPhone does not work well in any casino. I don't know what the deal is. It doesn't work at all. Slightly sloshed JL is a character. Yeah, you know. 10-8 suited again. I keep getting all the good hands. And this guy keeps raising. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm going to pop him this time. My turn. The guy gets 3-bet every time he opens. Oh, please just don't 4-bet me. How do they know? I thought I was on a 6-minute delay, not a 6-second delay. All right. I'm learning. That's how you do it. Speaking about delays, the other day I was in an airport flying somewhere, and I was in a little Delta lounge, and they said on the screen that my flight had been delayed by 30 minutes. Okay, cool. So it means I have 30 more minutes to chill. We wait 30 minutes, then we go to the airplane, and they are closing up the door as we get there. We were 30 minutes early to the now, delayed flight. But it turns out they undelayed the flight and didn't tell anybody. So they announced the delay, 30 minutes. Then they did not re-announce the undelay. And I almost missed the flight. It was terrible. It was actually my wife's fault because I always go to the gate early because it's really, really bad if you miss a flight. But we didn't miss it, so it was perfect. Do you think California will legalize online poker? I am not an expert in anything pertaining to California state gaming law. So my opinion is not a good opinion to take on this. Any general advice for getting better in real life games? Study at pokercoaching.com. Does your poker face get better with time? You need to have a stoic poker face. Don't move your face with your thoughts. A lot of people do. They feel like they think that like they have to move around and stuff whenever they're thinking. You're allowed to sit there and not move yourself. All right, here we go. I'm amazing. Well, thank you. I do my best. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the kind words. So I think the play here is to check call and then check jam him on the turn. This is a guy who seems to really like blasting turn. So I think we're going to check call flop, check shove turn. Oh, good turn. What advantages do tournaments provide compared to cash games? Tournaments, well, they're different games, right? Tournaments take a lot more time. Tournaments require you to know how to play a lot of different stack depths. Tournaments require you to know how to adjust for various payout implications. Cash games are a little bit different. All right, we're going to jam here. Do we ever call? I think we're supposed to probably just shove, because if he has a draw, we kill his equity. And if he does have, like, ace-king, he might call it off. So we'll jam. He folds. Good. I actually just made a video the other day on if you should play cash games or tournaments. I'm trying to remember when I did it. It might have been in the Poker Ghost studio, so it's probably not out yet. Oh no, I think I did it for a little brain fuel the other day. You can look it up on YouTube. Difference between cash game and tournaments and which one is right for you. So go watch that. I already made a whole video on that. What's the payouts on these 2 tournaments? I don't know. When does late registration end? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It ends when it ends. 300,000 bucks for first place right now on this one. So that would be good. I'm currently in the middle of the pack with a whopping 1 starting stack. Fantastic. This one over here, I have 1.5 starting stacks. 150K for first. So there you go. Hakkasan restaurant was amazing, though. It was amazing, though. Next time you're going to book your flight so you can stay at the club. Yes, next time you go to a party, plan your schedule such that you can actually go to the party. Varncast here is at my party in Vegas, but he had to leave in the middle of it. What a blunder. What a blunder. Play worse. All right, let's win some hands now. Let's win. We let him know, all right, we're tired of your gigantic turn bets. Man, I wish the guy just had like ace-5. That would have been so good. The fun thing is he probably just had a stone airball, and I should have called. That's the tough thing on the ace-10-9 2 club board is that it's so easy for him to have some sort of straight draw, flush draw that has equity that we can make fold out that may not even bluff river. And it's so easy for him to have ace-king or something like that. Do I have shares in a banana farm? I own little pieces of a lot of companies, but I don't think I have any banana farms. I don't think. I could, but I don't think. We have Aurelius here, a nice stoic name, so hopefully this person doesn't get insane and 4-bet me. Just be nice and calm. Nice and calm. Just give me the pot. You must have Verizon. I do. How did you know? No. I have T-Mobile, actually. Oh, my gosh. Get this. So Verizon, I don't know what we were paying, but it was a lot. And then one of my family friends said we can get on T-Mobile for like 1/3 of the cost. A literal 1/3 of the cost. And the service is not great, but it's 1/3 of the cost. Oh, man. It really doesn't work out here in these hotels. It doesn't work at all. You love the content. Learned a lot. Thank you, HD Pork. I appreciate it. He sent me 5 USD. Is that $5 US? I don't even know how to collect that. All right, thank you. I'll figure it out and I'll buy something. And I will think of you as I probably consume it. I'll buy a consumable. One thing I will say is that somehow I have attracted a group of very good people. And I'm very, very happy about that. If you look at a lot of communities in any space, it's a lot of nonsense. Maybe the fact that I try to be kind of no nonsense attracts no nonsense. But I really, really, really like my community. I mean, I just threw a party in Vegas for 50 people. Literally 50 people. I had never met almost all of them. They come out there. None of them were serial killers. I figured there'd be at least 1 or 2. None. And they were all really, really cool people. And I think that's very, very fun. I mean, I had a party. I threw a 50-person party in New York the other day as well. Same thing. Everybody was amazing. I had met almost none of them. And that makes me happy to know that whatever I'm doing attracts good people who just want to help out each other, add value, and have fun. You rocked your poker coaching patch in the main event. You told them to sign up. Good. It was cool to meet Lexi and Justin as well. Very good people, I agree. Delta is GTO. I like flying on Delta. I think I've had fewer problems with Delta than on most airlines. I mean, obviously, every airline has trouble sometimes, but I've had relatively few problems on Delta. Love the free content. Well, you're welcome. Enjoy. Are we streaming this for free? I'm letting all of you watch me play a $7,000 tournament for free? Think of the value. It's literally free. Do you have any advice for profitably betting sports? Yeah, every time we can go bet sports, take the money and do something else with it. Anything. Anything else will do. Literally anything else will do. But no, seriously, like, you have to pay no rake. If you can figure out a way to pay no vig, then it starts to become like at least kind of reasonable. But all these sites take so much rake, you cannot win. I mean, maybe you can win a sprinkle, but you cannot really win. And if you can win, they'll cut you off. So I don't know. I would be relatively negative on the sport betting industry in general. Some of the places in America, like where new companies are opening up, like New York, for example, they give pretty good comps. So you can actually get some good comps. I may or may not know someone who gets like $2,000 tickets for making lots of big bets. And I mean, if you actually value things like sporting event tickets, front row seats to games and stuff, then sure, you can blast pretty hard. Know you're going to lose 2, 3, 4, 5%, whatever it is, but you're going to get it back in the form of equity. Like comps. So we have to ask if you value that. If you value that, then sure. But if you don't value going to games, then that's the main comp they're giving people. Definitely make sure you get a host if you're playing anywhere near big at all. Definitely get a host so that they give you what you want. How do you actually beat them, though? Well, you have to find mispriced lines, of which there are almost none. I mean, the way you really can get a decent edge is by betting on like things that people don't know a whole lot about, like esports or badminton or whatever, like nonsense game. I say nonsense games. It's not really nonsense games, but not such popular games. Things like UFC sometimes. If you get like the early fights where the fighters have had almost no screen time, et cetera, that kind of thing is the spot where you can probably get a pretty good edge if you actually have good inside information. Also, you can just look for arbitrage opportunities where you bet both sides of the game and you just get a line on two different sites such that you make 1% out the door or something like that. It's a lot of work. Oh my God, one time I had such a big arbitrage spot. It was Kimbo Slice against Ken Shamrock. Across the street at Caesars, I'm looking at the buildings right now. At Caesars, you could bet on one side, and at Bellagio, you could bet on the other side. And if you did that, you would get like 5% for free, like a real amount. I had something like $600,000 on the game, and I was going to get a free 5%, so I was going to get $30K for free. All they have to do is show up and fight. They canceled the fight last minute because something happened. I don't remember what it was. And now I had to go get a bunch of cash. I had to take the cash to Bellagio and then run my ass across the street to Caesars and get the money down there. And it was a big to do. I was gonna get $30K for the job. And then the fight didn't even go off. I was so annoyed. Like, that was a lot of my money back then. It's like all my cash. It was literally all my cash. Oh man. And then I didn't even get the money. Brutal. Is World Series legal in all states? No. What are we talking about here? Late Regins in 45 minutes. All right, cool. Cash pays the bills. Tourneys buy the toys. Kinda. Everything about making a fear video, fear of being outdrawn, etc. I mean, it seems like a lot of you want to talk about this. Being afraid. Why are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Just play well. Just play well. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Did you play the main event? I'm going to play the World Series main event literally every year of my life until I'm done with poker. And I did play it, and I lost on the first day. You feel like the population in general is overbetting the turn. To be fair, if you do bet flop small, you should very often bet turn big and polarized. But some of these players seem to be just like drastically over bluffing, or at least they're betting it really frequently. Maybe we're just getting hit by the bad side of variance, where they just happen to have it. But you're supposed to be betting big in that spot. Stuff like hands that are almost always good but vulnerable, like top pair, top kicker type stuff, and then some junky draws and some high equity draws. That's what you're supposed to do, at least, but who knows if that's what they're actually doing. All right, ace jack suited, raise and 3-bet. Obviously a good 4-bet spot. The question is, do I want to take it? I'm actually just going to fold here. Because if I 4-bet, I got to go to like 8,000. If he jams, it's really rough. Can't call, really, so I'm just going to fold. Okay, we'll fold. You're sounding like your dad. 1/3 of the cost is a bargain. Yeah, it was a bargain. Now the phones don't work. So that's nice. It is my dad there. Hello, Dad. LGLDAD. Switch from Verizon to T-Mobile. It's definitely more affordable. It's more affordable, but it doesn't work. You're a reflection of our coach. Well, I think people actually do attract people who are kind of like them. I mean, I realize some spaces in general are just like not great, but and to be fair, a lot of the poker space is not that great, to be fair. But we have a very, very, very good group here. EP Charles says that his serial killer vibes were not uncovered. Good job. You tricked me. They were actually all serial killers. Probably. Stop talking about politics and nonsense in my chat or you're getting banned. You got 6-minute warning. Is it pointless to use a heads-up display in a single table satellite on an anonymous site? No, because you will see, assuming you're playing a lot of tables at a time, that like some players are just going to be very, very active. And obviously, you could just get hit by the deck. But at the same time, you, like if somebody's just nuts, then you'll probably figure it out. Betting sports is one of the most difficult things to win at long term. Well, it's probably easier than winning it in roulette. Am I doing the super high roller bowl this year? I probably am. I'm kind of being lazy about, I got to sell a bunch of action. Oh my God, am I sitting out? That's not even me. I got to sell, I don't know, probably got to sell 250K of action or something. It's a lot of work to sell 250K of action. I'm not going to lie. If I do play it, I'm going to give Deck of Degeneracy a load of it. It's a lot of work. I don't like to work. I've worked enough. Actually, I do like a lot of kinds of work, but collecting money and dealing with money and all that, I just want that stuff to be easy. You work for a sports book in Australia, and there are only 5% of people who win, and then they get banned. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's exactly right. Please help getting online poker legal in New York. Let me know how. I'm happy to talk to anyone. But yeah, seriously, if you want to bet on sports, just don't and put your money away. Buy a stock or something. Buy anything. Buy literally any other asset you can buy. Every time you want to bet 100 on a game, just put it in the stock market or put it in the bank. I don't know. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I realize the allure of being able to bet on sports and win money is so easy and so attractive. I totally get it. I've fallen for it many times. But the right answer is just don't do it. Unless, of course, you value the comps. They'll wine and dine the rich whales. Of course they will. Am I playing from Nevada? I am. Had your worst month ever. Down 40K. Only cashed 3 out of 40 tournaments. 3 out of 40 is not so bad. But there's a lot of variance in poker tournaments. Make sure you're not playing too big. All right, break time. We're still in the games? That's unbelievable. How have we not gone broke in this tournament? All right, we have a little bit more than a starting stack over here. We have a little bit more than 1.5 starting stacks here. I only had to buy in 3 times, I think. Maybe 2, who knows. All right, be back in a minute. Hello there, hello there. Figure out how to bet against regular people compared to the house. Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Don't get in trouble. Have I ever had a 9-to-5 job? I have worked at McDonald's. I have worked at a airport, fueling up airplanes, and I've worked at a comic book store. And that's it. Now I work at pokercoaching.com. Are any of these 2 tournaments rebuys? Wait, you're in add-on. I've had to, I don't know. I don't even know what's happening here. Are poker coaching hats available? Yeah, email support@pokercoaching.com. Oh. So here's a spot where our 7 is especially live, but I think this is still a fold against a kind of big bet multi-way. I don't love that spot, but I think it's fine. You're either going to get outdrawn or you're going to realize your equity's so poorly there that I think it's fine just to get out of the way. Like right here, I would just be check folding. Alrighty. We will limp. We will... close one. I think if there's a big blind ante, I think this is a little bit close to call, but I think with no big blind ante, it's fine to fold. Are you wearing pajamas? Of course I am. I'm not naked. It's not right to stream naked. You can count on me to always wear pajamas when I'm streaming. You've lost more in stocks than in sports betting. Haha. Yeah, but you keep the asset though. One stock is one stock, am I right? One share is one share. I think raising here could be reasonable, but I'm just going to fold. I'm going to be a good boy. Right now we have, what, 35 big blinds. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. It's moving time. Thank all of you for being here with me today. My program says there's almost 500 people across the sites. Nice to have you all here. If you enjoyed the show, click like, click subscribe, do all that. And if you don't do any of that, then I'm not going to stream any more World Series events. There are a few more coming up. I think there's one next Sunday or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. And I'd be happy to stream it if you all like it. And if you don't like it, tell me that too. Can't do $2 9-leg parlays with a Roth IRA. Maybe you can. You can gamble as hard as you want at the stock market. A long time ago, this guy, I'm not going to say he tricked me, but he got me to invest with him, and then all he did was buy oil futures because he thought the price of oil was going to go through the roof. And then, shortly afterwards, they started fracking, and oil prices went into the dumpster. So I basically was going to pay this guy some vig to buy oil futures for me. Just that's all he was doing. Anybody could do that. And then, as soon as he bought them, they immediately went to basically worth $0. Oh my God. I am the human blowtorch of capital. That was a bad decision. He knew the price of oil would go up at some point. He was just off by about 15 years. Ace and ace, no good. I probably won't rebuy at this point if we, in this 7K. I would have rebought if I busted early, but I'm not a big fan of the super late rebuy, personally. Although maybe I should be. I kind of presume all the players who are like super late registering, super late rebuying are all like really good with the stack depth. And I don't know what the rake is on this game, but I'm sure it's some number. Let's see, what are they raking us here? Does it say? Does it say? Does it? $400 they're raking us here. So you have to have a 5% ROI right off the top? Something like that. 5% ROI gets subtracted on what will essentially be a turbo from this point on if you're buying it for 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds. I don't know, it's probably not a great value. If you all chip in if all the people here chip in $14, I'll have enough money to play again. Is the stream broken or is your YouTube broken? I hope it's your YouTube. I think the stream is working. Is anybody here? We have not flopped well. audio is still on. Yeah, I don't care if you can hear me typing. Ram Punts has 25% more chips than me. I bet he's blasting a little harder than me, too. I just try to play good cards, you know? I just try to play good cards. I limp folded last time. It's going to be so annoying if he raises again. You know he is. Alright, he doesn't. Obviously, I'm calling if he bets. Not really in the folding mood. Maybe I could bet minimum on turn. I could be convinced that's fine. Because you really don't want to see a random diamond on the river. Can you get poker coaching patches? Yes, email support@pokercoaching.com and we'll get you the patch for free. Yeah, good value bet. Yeah. You may ask, why call river with only a pair? Because we're getting good odds. Which kind? What was that place even called? It was more of a card. It was more of a card shop, a sports card shop. I don't remember. If we get re-raised, do we ever bluff it in here? This might be a bluff. This is the guy who's been like really active against me. He used a big size earlier. I think this is an all-in. Feels so rough to rip it in these spots, but I think it's a shove. He 3-bet big earlier and then folded. Maybe we'll spike. No. So now we lose. That's nice. That's nice. I think that's fine. Guy was clearly active. Oh boy, we're going to be all in again. Limp. Where am I? I think I got a call. Call and then call. I've reached silver status. Great. I'm fine with my shove, really. I mean, just an unlucky spot. It's going to suck so bad if this guy jams me. Okay. Great. Was there ever pushback about teaching recreational players about poker? I mean, look, I get hate mail today from people who say I'm ruining their games because now they can't win at poker anymore because they had some fish on the hook, the fish got better, and now they're mad at me because they aren't that good at poker. So whatever. In Johnson, you can email us and we'll talk about it. All you're saying, good luck to me. Just lost. And then I lost a flip. Come on, game. This is a hard game to win at. Such a bummer to lose. I think that's fine to shove it all in there. I know the guy re-raised big, but he re-raised bigger earlier and folded. And that was the same guy who was like pretty active. And in spots like that, you just have to be willing to go for it. Ace-X suited is a good one to go for it with. I'm probably actually over-bluffing in that spot, given how active that player was. But I'm cool with that. I would do it again. Just need to win next time. All right, 40 big blinds only. No, 50 big blinds only. It's so not fun to lose at poker. Oh, goodness. Are we getting 3-bet out of our seats again? All right, 3-bet. We can very clearly spin the wheel on this one. Oh, guess we're not spinning the wheel anymore. Do you have any insight on what's going on with the poker tournaments at Borgata. I think they might just be done. I don't know why. They always had good turnouts, but I haven't heard anything about Borgata Poker. Do they have cash games still? I don't even know. You used to laugh at people, at least to laugh at your stepson for watching people play games online, yet here you are. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, goodness, goodness. I'm pretty sure this is where we're just going to run hot now. And if I don't, I guess I won't, but I think it's time. I think it's time. I think poker coaching member Chris O'Neill is still in the main event. Let's see. If I can get my phone to work. I don't think I can. Yes, 13 big blinds. Ugh. Guaranteed 25K. All right. Not bad. Deck of Degeneracy holders who have the Jack of Clubs have 1% of them, so they all get $250 minimum, shipped right to their Ethereum account. Rampage had 65K but punted off half his stack. I had 30K but punted off my stack. I think there's a Jack of Clubs for 1.5 ETH right now. A little pricey. I wonder what his equity is. 13 big blinds is not a lot in the main event. It's probably in pretty bad shape. He can spit it up, but it's not so good. You basically get $250 rebate. So if you're paying $1,600 for the card, you get $250 back. But you have equity, right? So it's not like it's only $250. It's more like $400 or $500 back, probably. So $500 back. You're basically buying the card for 1 ETH, roughly. Probably not a value. If it goes double-double, though, it'll be a value. I have the most adorable kids. Bring them on more. So, look, I have read a bunch of studies about how kids who kind of grew up on their parents' popular social media as, like, kids, they were just, like, kind of put on there. Some small number of them are really messed up in the head with all sorts of mental problems. Now, maybe some small portion of all people have mental problems, but there is thought out there that putting kids on the internet as kids, not really under their own control, often on a regular basis, may mess them up. And I really don't want to mess up my kids. I know a lot of you like seeing my kids, and sometimes they pop in, but I don't think I'm going to be making very obvious content out of the kids. Because they have no real choice in it, right? I mean, they can say the thing is, like, yeah, they can say they want to be on it, but at the same time, they're 3 and 5. They don't know what they're saying. Host incoming from Poker Shaman, 59. Again, thank you. Welcome back. We've punted off our money. We torched it. Blow-torched it all over the place. But that's fine. I don't mind. One of my friends who I always sell 1% to for fun anytime he asks me. he got sold in 1% of the 7777, and and I torched his money. Oh gosh, you're Final hour was astonishing. Won 5.6 buy-ins. Good job, good work. Always nice to win some money. Isn't it incredible at the World Series main event right now? Something like 600 people have been playing poker for like a week. And they haven't gone broke yet on one buy-in. That's nuts. I busted so many buy-ins just today. In 3 hours. How do they do it? How do they do it? I wonder if anybody uses these hotkeys, F5, F6, F7, whatever, to fold on these sites. That seems nuts. I would never, ever do that. If you don't care about the money, losing at poker barely stings slightly. Yeah, it doesn't really. It sucks, but it doesn't. Yeah, like, you know, it is what it is. I know what I signed up for. Ooh, big call off with the king and the queen offsuit. That's aggressive. And does not get rewarded. Bad beat. All right, we now have 35 big blinds. You would like me to stream more often. Well, the problem with streaming is that it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. A whole lot of time. And I don't have a whole lot of time. You tell me I can win a for fun online bracelet, I guess I'll wake up and play, but it takes a lot of time to stream, and it takes a lot of effort and preparation as well. Like, you need a pretty good setup. I mean, here in Vegas, my wife and kids aren't here, and I have nothing to do, right? So it's very clearly reasonable. But at home, like, I got to take care of the kids and whatnot. So it just makes it to where it's not possible. Glad you enjoy the show, though. Maybe I'll do another few while I'm out here at the World Series. If you're not going to let me win any hands, though, maybe I won't. Oh, my goodness. The other day, one of my friends, after we were doing some poker coaching work, said, why don't we play this random $1,000 tournament on World Series? So he was having trouble connecting to the site because they have all this weird geolocation stuff. And I got on quickly on my phone. I didn't have my computer with me. So I got on my phone. I busted 3 times in like 12 minutes. It was nuts. I got it all in with ace, king, and ace, king. And I lost every time. And then he finally got on, like right as I was losing. And then he took like 2nd or 3rd place. And I lost 3 times in like 15 minutes. Maybe I am the human blowtorch of capital. Park still doesn't have dealers to run their big tournaments. Is there ever a time that you would not recommend poker coaching to someone? You mean my website? Well, if you don't want to learn how to play poker, then you should not get on poker coaching. We don't have like other game content yet. We may be adding some, even though it's against my advice. If you want to learn how to play no limit hold'em, tournaments or cash games, it's the site for you. If you want something else, probably not. Good to see me streaming. How have I been? I've been losing all my money today, but doing well enough. Are any poker coaching members, did they get a bracelet? I know the Salute to the Warriors tournament. I think it was, I don't know exactly how, it's a tournament with some charity aspect. One of our members won that one. I think a member won the ladies event as well. And I know a guy took like 3rd place in the seniors tournament. These are just what people tell me. A Deck of Degeneracy holder won a mixed game tournament, which was pretty cool. And so yeah. Did we stake people in the main event? I don't know if we stake people in the main event. Yeah, apparently it's difficult to get enough dealers for a lot of these games nowadays. I don't really know why, but it seems like a lot of poker dealers have decided to not be poker dealers anymore. And obviously you can't run a poker tournament if you don't have any dealers. At least you can't run a big one. This guy Dry Heat's blasting it. Absolutely blasting it. This is one of these spots where I convince myself this guy's obviously blasting it, so I'm going to raise and then rip it all in. But that might be a bad idea. I mean, I don't think this is a mandatory 4-bet or 3-bet, but it's probably fine. This is the same guy I've 3-bet so many times. He's probably so fed up with me. I think we can just bet this flop. It's always unfortunate if we get raised, but I don't think we should get raised that often. We're going to get a lot of calls, and we're going to have a lot of turn spots. Ugh. How does this happen? Why do I just not have it? Yeah, EP Charles, I completely agree with what you're saying. If they pop in and say hello, sure, no problem. But I don't want them dancing for the screen, you know? But I think a lot of people think that that's a cool thing to do, making the kids dance on the screen. And can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. But yeah, popping in and saying hi should definitely not be a problem. And they do pop in and say hi. Another problem that we have, why they're not in a lot of my content anymore, is that now they go to school. So pretty much everything I record is when they are not at home. Because when they're at home, they just like randomly run into the office. Yeah, queens. Two guys got it all in pre-flop. Ace, king, and ace, 8. Yep. Enjoy. Oh, there's an options button here. What's this say? Show dealer messages. No. I really didn't think I was going to get jammed on that 8-7-2 board. I mean, does he just have a lot of draws? Like, what is he doing? Maybe he's jamming like 9s? I mean, what hands really want to shove? Because he's just dead when I call, right? Maybe he has a lot of draws. Can you imagine I bet and call it off with the ace-6? I'd block the 10-9 or the the 10-9 straight draw. So they can't get it. That's the most logical hand, right? To bluff. I think betting there's fine. I don't think you can get jammed all that often. Sure is unfortunate when you do. They are playing so slowly at online poker. I know they know how to play quickly. I know they do. I know they do. They must know how. Reading my live No Limit Cash Game book. Cool. Hope you learn a lot. Is there anything else on this site? I want a turbo or something. I'm gonna go nuts playing one table. There's a 500. How do I know how slow this thing is? There's like no information here. They pay 30 people out of 167? That's a lot. Is that what they're doing here? They pay 180 out of 875. That's also a lot, right? Ugh. Yeah, misclicking would be awful. I think a lot of people get fancy with their mouse clicks and stuff. They try to have flourishes. Don't have flourishes. Don't get fancy. Just click the button correctly. Nice and easy. Don't lose your mind. Yeah, Ace King's a drawing hand. It definitely was ahead most of the time. They were drawing to 3 outs, but it did not matter. It just did not matter. Sometimes you're just going to lose and it's okay. Dale Negreanu has been a money torching this World Series. Sometimes you lose, you know? And especially whenever you're playing relatively few gigantic buy-ins. You're just always going to be down, right? Unless you spike the big one. That's the silly thing about a lot of these poker tournaments is that there's, what, like 10 or 5 $200,000 tournaments every year? So you're, like, a lot of your volume is put in, if you're like a super high roller player, a lot of your volume is put in on these 8 or 10 or 20 tournaments. And then everything else is kind of negligible. Like a random 10K doesn't matter when you're buying it for 250K or whatever it is. And you're going to feel the full brunt of variance because you're effectively putting in no volume, right? I mean, in the ideal world, you play the same buy-in every day against the same soft field. That's what you're really looking for. Or at least the field you have an edge in. But the high roller stuff is rough because you're playing like 10Ks one day and then 100K the next day. And if you are actually adequately bankrolled for the 100Ks, let's say, you don't really want to quote-unquote waste your time on the 10Ks. Even though, you know, you're not wasting your time. You still probably have a decent hourly. Straight Hawk says, you're the dealer. Where's the shortage at? There you go. Most people are not paying dealers properly for their time. Yeah, I think it's kind of lame that casinos don't pay dealers a good rate and they force them to hope for tips. I think that's kind of lame personally. To be fair, I kind of hate the entire tipping industry because you should not, I don't think as a business owner, you should force people to effectively work for free/cheap and then hope people pay them. Seems rough. Seems rough. Just charge more rake and then pay the dealers well, right? And if the players don't like the rake, then they can go somewhere else. How much did I lose today? I don't know. I'm going to win the tournament. That's what the aggressive, optimistic people would say. 7777 plus 1 plus 1. Plus probably another one in about 3 seconds. So 10K, 11K. Nice little sprinkle. Was it at least fun? Not really. Man, oh man. I don't really understand how every hand is like raised 3-bet. They know we're playing full ring, right? Yeah, minimum wage plus tips is nuts. This basically means they're making the dealers go there for free or cheap and hope that people show up to play and hope that they tip enough to make it worth it for the dealers. That's brutal. I mean, same thing with like waiters and waitresses, right? I mean, same difference. I think that, or same thing right there. I think it's kind of absurd that they expect, they force the dealers, the waiters and waitresses to gamble on the idea that good tippers come in today. in a decent number of high-end New York City restaurants, they don't do tipping anymore. They just charge more money and give the people good salaries. Give the workers good salaries. And I like it. But that's just me. That's just me. I'm sure there are plenty of good angles as people who work for tips where like you get the good shifts or the good tables or whatever. Then it's really bad for the people who don't have those things, right? What do we do with this? Limp, fold. All right, 3-bet is raised. It comes. It came. Wait, I didn't have a pair. Am I always c-betting? No, not necessarily always c-betting there, but I think my hand can certainly c-bet. If I had, I think the board was 9-8. What was it? No, it was 8-7-2, 1 diamond. If I had 2 overcards, like ace-10, I would have checked, because I really don't want to get shoved off that one. But I think ace-6 suited is good enough to bet and then bet fold. But I'm not betting every time there. I'm definitely checking back some really good hands, and I'm checking back some ace highs with good showdown value, mostly. But I am going to be betting pretty frequently. How come people don't use use their real names? I don't know. What are my thoughts on using VPNs to access secure poker sites? What's a secure poker site mean? I gotta presume that most poker sites want you being in the jurisdiction where you say you are. So if it's against the terms and conditions, you should not break the terms and conditions. And as far as I know, every legitimate poker site has terms and conditions that clearly state do not VPN in. It's important to not break the rules, because if you break the rules, you might get punished. And you don't want to get punished. And it's good to not have to worry about, well, the fact that you are breaking the rules. What are my thoughts on late registration? Do whatever you want. What are my thoughts? I mean, what's the question you're asking? What do I do with this? Is this a call? I think I was going to call here. It might just be a rip it in. I think it's probably a little loose to rip it in against early position raise. Does my heart rate elevate when I get it all in? No, not at all. Three, huh? This is another one where it's just like, it's close. It's a close spot. I will fold, but if our hand was a little bit better, if maybe this razor was where Aurelius is here, we could opt to shove it. But against early position razor, you just have to be a little bit careful, because they should have a strong range, right? Are you going to gamble more before the upcoming rebuy cutoff? No. I think people who gamble to try to get a big stack at the end of the reentry period are nuts, and they don't value money at all. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm trying to win as much equity as I can, and torching 60 or 75% of a starting stack is not how you win equity. $2.50 per hour people get paid to work nowadays. $2.50 an hour. Have we noticed a lot of live card rooms creeping up their rakes? A little bit, but not really. It's tough because $200 is not what it used to be for a buy-in, you know? I mean, back in the day, $200 was like a real big game. Now it's like 1-3 is a lot of is the smallest game for a lot of places. But I'm sure rakes will slowly increase over time, just like all things will. How can you play 24 tables? You cascade them down the screen, so it's like one side all the way down to the other side of the laptop. And you just line them all up. Usually I'll put my, like, the big tournaments on the top right-hand corner. Maybe, two or three good, like, the big tables on the top right-hand corner to give them a little bit more attention. You just click real fast. Thoughts on Jungle Man? I don't know. Never really interacted with him. And also you get practice, right? I mean, with anything that is essentially a physical task, and clicking quickly and moving quickly is to some extent a physical task, obviously mental as well, but you get better at practice, so you need to get experience with it. You need to just slowly ramp it up. You know, maybe you play 6 tables, but for tiny stakes, just make a point to try to play well. Then going back to 4 will be easy, if you can play 6 okay, right? My friend texts me back after I lose. He says, loser. I think I have to call this. I think. It's 9 big blinds, and there's a dead call in the pot. We could be getting set up hard by dry heat here, but I think I got to call it for 9. Well, jam it for 9, right? Just so much dead money in the pot. We're going to be roughly flipping. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. When you're roughly flipping in spots like that against the 9 big blind stack, if you can ever get the other guy to fold, it's just very, 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 very beneficial. Did they just move me? I don't want to be way up there. I want to be down here. Where do I want to sit? I want to sit here. I want that seat, dealer. Where I got K-Rab again, apparently. All right. Still in the mix. They're battling. This is a board where whenever you bet, you are probably calling it off a pretty good amount. Matt Vaughn lost 136K because he was out of his jurisdiction. That means he was cheating. You know, don't poop where you eat, right? I learned that one a long time ago. Don't poop where you eat. Considering how easy it is to use RTAs, I don't think it's actually easy to use RTAs. Which one are you using? How do you assume people aren't cheating? You don't? I mean, protect yourself, right? When you go to tournaments and you or any other player who wears a sponsorship get paid to wear them, do the sponsors pay your tournament entry? No, what are you talking about? People who wear a patch are getting paid almost nothing. I mean, maybe people like Daniel Negreanu are getting paid all of his buy-ins paid or something, but regular people wearing patches usually have some sort of a long-term deal, and that's just part of the deal. Some poker coaching coaches, they either wear them because they want to, they like it, they're happy to support the site, or because that's part of our deal. But you don't get paid much to put a sticker on your shirt. Do you know how much money an entry is worth? An entry is worth a ton of money. You're telling me, you think these people are going to play a tournament and they're getting paid $10,000, these random players, to put a sticker on their shirt? He's a robot. Yes. You earned $428 in 2 weeks by watching my video. Well, it's not just my video, I'm sure. You got to study and work and play well and all that. But, well, good job. I have lost plenty of money by playing exactly like I say to play. Oh, goodness. So hard to win at poker. It's like there can only be one winner. I don't understand. If you have any poker questions, feel free to ask. You have me here for a little bit longer. Who knows how much longer? Maybe a lot longer, maybe not a lot longer. We'll find out together, I suppose. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Pertaining to late registration, you always have to ask, what is my edge right now? Do I have an edge in this game currently at this minute? And then, how much of an edge do I have? And then subtract the rake. And then, if that number's positive and you want to keep playing, then you re-enter. And if it's not positive, or you don't want to keep playing, then you don't re-enter. Simple as that. Now, the question is, how much of an edge do you have buying in with 20 big blinds or whatever it is? And the answer is 10, 15% if you're really, really good. So if you have 10 or 15% edge, and you're really, really good, well, what does everybody else have? Probably not a lot, right? But imagine you have a 15% edge and they rake you 5%. It means you're making 10% on this buy-in. And, 10% for probably what's going to be an hour tournament on average is a pretty good win rate. You make $100 in an hour in a game like this one, if you max late register. Probably not a bad use of time. You could be a dealer and make 30 or 40 bucks an hour, apparently, with no variance, though. So maybe you should do that instead. Yeah, imagine limiting yourself to only 24 tables where you could just set up 3 monitors and then play 72. That's true. That's true. I see it coming a mile away, A mile away, we see it coming. If you do have somebody in the small blind you think is going to be shoving a lot, or a big blind you think they're going to be shoving a lot if you raise, but if you limp, they may raise, you can call and see the flop. you may want to develop a limping range there, and I would not be shocked if King 10's a hand that's okay to limp. What range should you use on the button? Follow the charts at pokercoaching.com. Depends on your stack depth. Depends on your opponent's stack depth. Depends on your opponent's strategy. But you should probably be raising something like 45 to 55% of hands, give or take. How did the guy lose his money on the site? Well, what a lot of sites do is they're happy with you to VPN in as long as you're not winning. You start winning, they will then take your money. They typically check, though, to make sure there's no fishy activity among big winning players. And it's very easy for sites to see if you're VPNing in. And once they see you VPNing in, then they can take your money if they feel inclined. All right, I'm going to take a nap. You guys wake me up when it's my turn, okay? Jay Leno, I didn't know he played on this site. What in the world did he have to put in a bunch of money and then fold river on that board? What did he have, like Queen Jack or something and river the Queen? Johnny, what's up, buddy? Hello. Good morning. Don't know how many females are in the main event. I do not. Sorry. I'm sure you can post it on Twitter. Somebody probably knows. What's this button do? Is that the cashier? Is there a literal cashier button on this? I'm not going to click it. Seems aggressive to click the money button. Could you imagine there was a button that just like gave you money or gave you good cards or something? Or rained money onto the table? That would be fun. You're pretty sure the ones that make the final table of the main event get paid a pretty penny to wear a sponsor sticker. You would be wrong nowadays. Back in the day, they were getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to wear a sticker at the main event final table. Today, you'll be lucky if somebody will pay you $10K to wear one at the final table. Times have changed. Most very big names who are sponsored by poker sites usually get something like $1,000 a month to promote the site, shill them hard on their social media, and play their games. Something like that. Sometimes they don't get any money. They just have a rakeback deal. Or sometimes they just have an affiliate deal. They're not making much money, though. That's especially true for the more like shady sites. They're just not getting paid too much. Now, some of the bigger names may be getting like 5 or 10K a month, but even then, it's not like enough money to sell out your fans, in my opinion. The thing is that a lot of the sites are going to end up going down at some point for many reasons, and then it's going to look really, 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 really bad on those people who are shilling them. You have to be very careful promoting anything that could go down, especially if you do not know it's like about as legit as it could possibly be, right? Because then it looks really, really bad on you when that happens. But some people don't care. I personally care, which is why I'm not representing various shady online sites, right? I've been asked by all of them. And they'll actually pay me good money. And I say, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. Ace and queen. All right. Queen and queen for me. There's a shove by an ace queen. Let's see. I'll take a look. If I can go back and find it. Not doing anything else. Let's see. Ugh, I had the hand and then this. How in the world do I click through this? I'm so in. Is there not a way to just click through? All right, I raise, call, fold, rip it. Rip it with ace queen for 30 big blinds. No, this is fine. Fine and good. It's what you should be doing. I like that play. You don't want to 3-bet small and fold. You don't want to 3-bet small and call. You don't want to call, so rip it in. The queen-jack suited call is obviously terrible. But yeah, most quote-unquote sponsor pros are getting almost nothing. Some of the gigantic names, like 3 or 4 or 5 people in the world are getting like a piece of the company and, you know, good salary and whatnot. But those days are long gone where people get good deals. How many hands do you need to know if you are a winning player or a losing player? Depends on how much variance is in the game, right? How many big blinds is considered a small stack? It doesn't matter. Things like this, I have a small stack. Get ideas out of your head like this because it doesn't matter. You know? What makes a pizza? Who cares? It doesn't matter. You just need to know how to play your specific situation. You're not sure World Series events online are rake beatable. They're definitely rake beatable. Not if you're late registering last second, but they're definitely rake beatable. How many hands do you need to see start labeling people? Depends on what you see. You see a guy call a raise, then call off a 30 big blind shove with queen jack suited, you know he's not very good. I need to see one hand. I only need to see one. How do you react when a sexy lady sits opposite of you at the poker table? As you should react when anyone else sits opposite you at the poker table. Is there a point where your edge disappears? Well, yeah, as you have a shorter and shorter stack, your edge decreases. Now, there is some merit in being closer and closer to getting in the money. Like, what would you register if you could get in the money for free? Obviously, yes, right? So as you get really close to the money, it starts to become some value in being able to late register. So yeah. Should you focus on studying and then try to slowly build your bankroll? I mean, whenever I was a college kid, I was working a $10 an hour job, right? And should you study and work your bankroll up? The answer is yes. Oh my gosh, what do we do here? This is probably close. This is where I really wish I knew who this was. If this was a good player, I think it's actually pretty close to a call. If it's not a good player, though, it's probably fine to fold. This is going to be like a lot of ace-x suited and small pairs, right? I guess I just fold, but that's a close one. But yeah, if you are a college student, you should focus on poker. I'm sorry, you should not focus on poker. You should focus on getting your degree, and then, you know, keep poker as a fun hobby. And if poker develops into something else, then go into it. But it would be nuts to not get your degree and to focus entirely on poker in today's environment, unless you're very clearly crushing the game. If you're very clearly crushing the game, then maybe a different story. But if you're asking me this question, you're clearly not crushing the game yet, right? How you doing with the check raise out of position with a flush draw? Mix it up. Ideally, we can call a re-raise. You really want to do it. Yeah, that hand where Negreanu folded the nines was absurd. That was absurd. I don't even remember it. I thought Ivy's play was the most absurd of all of it because he like took a really passive line and no one had taken an especially aggressive line. He just like folds trips on the river. I couldn't believe it. Ivy's an impressive poker player, that's for sure. All right, break time. All right, Sharks, here we are. It's time to run hot. Let's win the tournament in the next hour. Or not. Or not. Hope you're all having a great day. How's our guy with 13 big blinds doing in the main event? He is on dinner break. I think with 13 big blinds. Sorry, I had back surgery. That's rough. I don't have a good back either, and I may have to get some surgery someday. Not ideal. Not ideal. Hyber says it's bad when poker pros shill a crypto site that folds up. Yeah, I mean, look, you got to realize that some things are more risky to shill than others, right? Like, I mean, depends on, I mean, you can shill whatever you want to shill, right? If you shill a salad shop and the salad shop turns out sells bad salads and gets somebody sick, does that look bad on the shill to represent a legitimate salad shop? You know what I mean? It's like, any company you work for, in theory, can do something bad. But at the same time, some things are way more likely to go bad than others. And things like 20% interest on anything is well, it's a Ponzi scheme. That's obvious. Everybody knows that. Remember Bernie Madoff? He got in big trouble for a Ponzi scheme where he was paying people 10%. Now you have a bunch of these companies saying they're going to pay 20%. You got to learn from history, right? And if things are more insane than they were previously, they're probably Ponzi schemes. So you have to ask, are you cool with promoting that to your fans or not? Some people are, and some people aren't. And you as a fan have to pick and choose who you follow and realize that, if you're not paying someone to do the work, you are not their customer. You are their asset, right? Fortunately for me, I have a training site, pokercoaching.com. That's pretty much the only way I'm making money on any of the things that I make. And I make money when all of you get better at poker and presumably make money, right? So that's good for me, but for a lot of the other people out there, they don't have any sort of way to make money, so they sell your attention. And to be fair, there's like nothing wrong with selling your audience's attention. That's what you do when you run ads on YouTube and whatnot, which, nothing wrong with running ads on YouTube. And you just have to ask, you just have to make sure that you sell their attention to places that will hopefully not screw them. And to be fair, like, is it unethical to sell your audience's attention to a company that you know or think or could guess is going to screw your audience one day? Obviously, it's not the right thing to do, but if that's like your only option and you don't really care about your fans, then you certainly can't fault them, especially if you're like broke degenerate poker player and you gotta do something to pay the bills. And if your only asset is your followers' attention, I guess it goes to the highest seller. But anyway, you, the audience, get to pick who you follow. So I would recommend you follow people who clearly are not trying to sell your attention to companies who you don't want to be shilled. Do you ever show your cards? Every once in a while. Maybe show a bluff to build a table image? No, the opposite. I never show bluffs. I only show good hands. I definitely want my opponents to think that I always have it, not that I always don't have it. What cash game should you play with an 8K bankroll? Depends on what your edge is. Read pokercoaching.com/bankroll. But, you got to be careful with the idea of... Because, I realize that people... Oh, where are we even going with this? People are going to do whatever they want to do. It's up to you to decide who to follow. How about that? At the end of the day, as I say, protect yourself before you wreck yourself. And most people don't protect themselves at all. They listen to what anybody say on the internet, and they just do it. Because somebody with a social media following said to do it. Therefore, it must be good. And, that's on you. If you buy into stuff that's clearly a scam or clearly illegal or clearly shady or whatever, yeah, that person shouldn't have told you to get into it. But at the same time, it's on you to not do dumb things. And, for a lot of people, they have to learn the hard way a few times. So it's a rough thing. It's a rough thing. Yen Masters cashed in 3 bracelet events this year. Nice. Sounds like 3 for 3 almost or something like that. That's pretty cool. I'm just hanging out, blinding out, waiting for queens or better. At the end of the day, everybody needs to learn the skill of following the money. Where is the money coming from and where is the money going to? And what is the service being traded for that? Something you should always ask yourself anytime you see almost anything. What's happening here? Why is this person or this thing doing this thing? And quite often, it's because they were going to make money from it, one way or the other. So, ask, are you the one paying the money or somebody else? And what are they getting for it? And usually, if you're like a YouTube follower or something, or Twitter follower, it's not you who's paying. Therefore, that means somebody else is paying, and they want something from you. Figure out what it is. And ask if you're cool with it, right? I think if this was slightly later, I might rip it in. If it was slightly higher cards, I would rip it in, but I think here it's fine to fold. You can't really call here either, because if I call, K-Rab's going to jam big blind sometimes, then he jams, then I have to fold. So calling's not really an option there either. I think it's shove or fold only. It's always important to ask what incentives people have to do the thing that they're doing. Because if they have no incentive, they won't do anything. People don't do stuff randomly. People do things for a reason. And a very clear reason. And quite often there is a very clear reason why people do things. Sometimes people do stuff randomly, but more often than not, there's a purpose. You think Berkey is a good player. I really have played almost no poker with Berkey, so I have no comment. I'm sure he's playing big games. It's probably not bad. I really don't have opinions on most people's games because I haven't played poker with most people. I don't know if I've ever played poker with Berkey. Now I'm thinking about it. I mean, he has a training site. People pay him, right? So presumably he's at least good at that. And if he's good at that, then he's probably at least decently good at poker. I know he works with a lot of people who are good at poker, so yeah, he's probably good at poker. You started poker coaching in January and it's transformed your game. Well, good. That's what I like to hear. Tiny all in. Berkey's tanking for some reason. Oh, Judd, did you see me with no pants on? I'm sorry. I'll put the pants on next time. In the there was a $10,000 bounty tournament I played at the World Series, and this guy who was like pretty reasonable, he opened it up, early position, folds around to a short stack who jams for like 7 big blinds. It gets back to him, and like obviously you're calling with anything here with a bounty in play. He tanks and tanks and tanks. He's like, ugh. I guess I got to call. I'm like, what in the world did this guy open with from early position to be tanking on a 5 big blind more call? Turns out, queen 3 offsuit. Queen and 3 offsuit. It's so funny. Oh, goodness. Berkey is, of course, good, says Tim. He may be obnoxious, but essentially he's good. I mean, look, so a lot of people have online Twitter personas or internet personas, whatever, and some people really hate some people. Some people hate me. And that's fine. It's okay to not like people. It's also important to realize, though, just because you don't like people doesn't mean that their poker may not be good, right? Their strategy may not be good. Now, obviously, Berkey's very opinionated about a lot of things, and we've already talked about how I feel about people who have opinions on a lot of things. But probably good at poker, but like, what does it matter? What does it matter? You heard that me and Phil Nagy recently had dinner together and capped it off by splitting a lava cake. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Look, the funny thing is that I don't really harbor any ill will towards people who have treated me poorly because I don't care that much. At the end of the day, I'm going to continue doing my best to helping out my fans and students who get value from what I do, and I don't really care about the detractors at all. I've learned that you cannot please everybody, and that's okay. Everyone is not going to love you, despite the fact I try to be at least medium lovable. And that's cool, and you know, I have to imagine Nagy probably doesn't think about me at all, and I don't think about him at all, so fine and good. The world is a very big place, and fortunately, you don't really have to interact with people you don't want to interact with. And to be fair, maybe he's a nice guy, I don't know. didn't treat me well, but, you know, people are not going to always treat you well. This may be a check raise. This may be a check raise. $4.99. Thank you. Hey, you greeting joyful. Wait. Hey, you greeting joyful. That probably didn't come through right. Well, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. We probably got to go a little bit big here, right? We are going to get jammed a decent amount, which is fine. We're just going to fold. But I think this is a pretty standard spot to go for it. What's the biggest leak among 2, 5, and 5, 10 regs? Do they call too much or fold too much or not bluff enough? All of it. They don't play good, strong, fundamentally sound poker. What is this? Well, we have 5 outs. Do we ever call to spike? 4 to win 24 means we need 18% equity. We have 5 outs, which is 10%. I guess I'm supposed to fold. That's a bummer. That's a real bummer. I mean, look, most people in most games are not playing well because if they did play well, they'd be moving up, right? So what is the big leak among regs? There are different kinds of regs. There are regs who are like overly aggressive and insane. Usually have a little bit of too much fancy play syndrome. Then there are regs who are just like too tight and straightforward. So you can't say all regs do this thing badly. Also, from player to play, from from casino to casino, and like mainly state to state, et cetera, people will play differently in various games. So it's not just as easy as they do this wrong, but you have to ask also, is this the biggest game in the room? People in the biggest game in the room, even if it's 2-5, may be actually really good at poker because they don't want to move for one reason or another. But I mean, really, everything you said there are certainly things that people could do very wrong. Can you recommend a couple of poker podcasts? You know, I don't really listen to that many poker podcasts. A lot of poker podcasts are about news, and I've just kind of gotten off of the news. I don't really care. I mean, going back to like, do you care about what people think about you or say about you? And like, not really. I just don't care that much. The world's a big place. There's a lot going on. I don't really care who wins a poker tournament. I don't really care who's making drama with other people. So I don't really listen to any of them. I try to focus on things that matter. And like, do I care if somebody wins a poker tournament? Not really. Do I care about drama that's happening in the community? Not really. Now, certainly you do need to be able to figure out like who's a scammer or whatever, right? You need to get aware of these things, but usually that stuff comes to my attention on Twitter or whatever. But it doesn't require me to listen to an hour-long podcast. Oh, you know what one I do listen to? I listen to Poker Fraud Alert. There you go. That's one where you actually hear about the scammers. Poker Fraud Alert with, what's his name? Todd Wittelis, Dandruff. It's a long podcast. Usually he timestamps it very well, and you can go through and listen to the things that are of interest to you. But I like that one. That's actually one that I listen to every time because he covers, a lot of stuff that's irrelevant to me, but some stuff that is relevant. And that's the kind of thing you want to watch out for, right? Because like, I don't really care who wins a tournament because anybody can win a tournament, but I do care about who could screw me one way or the other. So there you go. Let's see. You like 7-2 offsuit. Do you need therapy? Those are different questions. Every DeFi crypto protocol offering a high yield percentage is Ponzi. Well, maybe not all of them. I don't know. Who knows? But listen, if anybody says they're going to give you a 20% return for free with no risk, they're lying. Obviously. You're just wondering, what is your suggestion? It's especially tricky because you're an athlete. You have to make $28 an hour and you play every now and then. Well, first things first, if you only play every now and then, 28 an hour could be very inaccurate if you don't have a good sample size, right? But at the end of the day, you should focus on whatever you love, but at the same time realize poker is a very good hobby, not such a great job, right? And I would not recommend poker for a career for most people, especially if you're going to college to presumably get an education of some sort to get a career, right? So I would recommend you not focus entirely on poker. But if you want to study, definitely go through the tournament or cash game masterclass, whichever game you're playing. Go through that, study a lot. It's only like 40 hours. It's not like a ton of time if you really sit down and grind it. And you'll be better than most of the players you play against. How do you get me to sign one of my books? You got to find me. You got to find me in person somewhere, and then I'll sign one of your books. You cashed in 2 out of 2 World Series events. Good job, good work, Jason. Sup, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, too. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening. It's getting late. 11:16 on the East Coast. What time is it here? Almost 9? 8:16? Should probably find some more bananas to eat, right? Hope I make more live stream videos like this. This is very helpful. I mean, it certainly is beneficial to like see which hands get folded, right? Because usually people only show the hands that are decently educational. Here we go. Here's a hand we're not folding. But at the same time, content like this is not actually that educational because it's a bunch of random spots, you know? The way you actually learn, at least in my opinion, is getting a lot of feedback in real time. I'm going to just call this because he should be pretty tight under the gun with a bunch of big stacks and whatnot. And we just check fold here. That's annoying. I think we go with this. God, am I really going to bluff it off here? All right. What was I talking about? I already got confused. Oh, live streams. Yeah, so live streams are good, don't get me wrong, but they're not interactive at all. Now, to be fair, when you're sitting here watching a live stream, you should always, to some extent, ask yourself, what would I do in this spot? And then see if I do what you would do. Or see what I do and then like realistically ask yourself, would I have done that, right? Assuming you're trying to like quiz yourself, so that way make it a little bit interactive. But the best way to learn in my mind is to have a presentation on a specific spot and then go through hands about that specific spot. So it like really integrates that specific spot into your head. Here, this is like it's a hodgepodge of random hands, right? With minimal feedback, because I mean, I'm doing my best to talk about all of my decisions, and I'm dealing with chat, talking about lava cake and nonsense. But I don't think streams are actually that great of a way to learn. They're educational, for sure. They're interactive, for sure, if you make them interactive. But it's a bunch of random spots. So in terms of learning, I mean, I've worked with a guy named, I worked with a guy who ran a big college tutoring site. He sold it to a major college tutoring site recently. And he essentially made my tournament and cash game masterclasses out of my content, out of my design. We worked very closely together, but we made it to be as educational and as implementable as possible. And that's exactly what it is. But anyway, I'm glad you enjoy it. It's been fun. I thought I'd be bored one tabling or two tabling with all of you. But it's been nice. It's been a nice, chill evening. Glad I didn't have to bluff all in on the river there. That was going to be so flustering if he shows up with the, whatever the straight card was. The ones that I was supposed to have. All right, look at this. I don't really understand this play all that much because I'm not sure you're ever raising and then folding, right? With 15K left. Unless you just have some really weird airball like 10-7. But even then when you get jammed, 10-7 is probably close. Isn't 5 outs closer to 20% than 10%? Well, you only get to see one card. When I had that bottom pair, or whatever it was. When I had the bottom pair, and I get check raised, I presume he's going to bet the turn very frequently. Therefore, you don't get to see the river very often at all. And when the problem is when you do get to see the river, you lose a lot. Because they have a medium strength hand. How many people are left in this tournament? I don't know. 627. Good Lord, almost no one's busted. Why did I show up on time? 200K for first. That's a real number. That's a real number. it's important to realize when calculating how much equity you need in your outs, like, do you actually get to see the turn and the river card? The news that Darth Vader played the main event was pretty big. I mean, look, I'm okay with Wilhelmus' antics, but that was the cheapest looking Darth Vader suit I've ever seen in my life. That was terrible. He didn't even have a lightsaber. I mean, he had that like little junky one. It was like he got it from a $1 bin somewhere. It was like the cheapest Darth Vader suit he could possibly find. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You love my books. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, John. Red Chip Poker Podcast is mostly strategy oriented. Sure. But like, again, like I'm not spending a lot of time. All of the strategy that I get comes from poker coaching coaches. I mean, I think we have incredible A+ content at pokercoaching.com. And that is really all I consume. So I'm not listening to podcasts so much. I am getting content that's like high level and also specific. Just essentially just given right to me. Also, it's also visual. I think visual is very useful, especially when you're looking at a solver. And I mean, talking out hands is fine and good, but being able to see the frequencies of every hand and what you should be doing is highly beneficial, I think. But yeah, the only quote unquote news podcast I really like I listen to every time is Poker Fraud Alert. And a lot of people hate Dan Druff. They hate him because I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of his takes are actually really good and reasonable. But I like his. Rumcake with 10 mystery gift subs. Welcome, hello, thank you. Hope life is treating you well. It's been a long grind. Not winning any hands, but you know how it goes. Thank you for the 10 mystery gift subs. Ruffin Mans. Yo, all of your improvements to my content and books. I'm glad to hear it. Where do I stay in Vegas? It's probably wise to not say where I stay in Vegas. Decent condominium, though. Big place. We have company retreats here. It's big enough for 10, 15 people. What sites do I recommend staying away from? Any of them that are not licensed and regulated to some extent. I mean, look, any site that is currently paying out money is probably just fine enough. Just don't keep a ton of money on any site, really. Don't keep a ton of money on it. Keep enough for a few days. What do I think of Negranu's World Series experience so far? I have not lived Negranu's experience. I've only seen him one time. And he said, "Hey, champ." And then he walked by me. "Hey, champ." I don't know if he's kneeling because I'm not a champion. But he said, "Hey, champ." But I don't know. I haven't paid attention. I'm telling you all, I don't care that much about what's going on with other people. I got a lot to focus on, and I'm doing my best to focus on things that are highly relevant and beneficial to me and poker coaching. But seems like he's losing a bunch of hands. Sometimes you lose a bunch of hands. You're the only savage you've ever seen eat a huge cucumber raw. How else are you going to eat a cucumber? You don't cook a cucumber. Were you here earlier today? We ate 3 bananas raw. Back to back to back. I have 2 burritos left. I might savage 2 burritos in just a minute. It's important to eat some food while you play poker. A lot of people don't eat food, don't hydrate, etc. whenever they play poker. I went to breakfast with a guy the other day. He says he eats 1 piece of salmon every day for his entire poker trip, which is like 10 days. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? How are you going to think? How are you going to think if you don't have any calories? That's nuts. I'm not saying like gorge yourself or anything. I mean, you don't got to be like me and eat 7 cucumbers and 4 bananas, but at the same time, you got to eat something. I have this stuff called Living Fuel Super Greens. I found it a long time ago. I've been traveling with it for, I don't even know, 15 years or something. Does not taste good. But I drink it. It's like protein powder type stuff made of vegetables. It does not taste good. It's like medicine. And I drink the medicine. Madisal just bagged. Are they done for the day? No, it's only 8:25. Or maybe they are done for the day. I don't know. Bagged 1.57 million chips. Oh my gosh. Is Mike Madisal going to win the World Series main event? What a world we may be living in soon, everyone. Nasty little one here. I'm going to limp this one. You may say, why limp? Because if I limp, I want to lose less when Berkey jams. Oh, Mike busted. That's so funny. We have one person saying Mike busted, one person saying Mike has all the chips. Check here. We don't want to get raised. Turn. Same thing. We'll value bet river. Am I a sexy beast? Sometimes. Sure. No. Come on. Come on. Value owned myself. Got to value bet the river there, by the way. A lot of people don't value bet the river, and they lose value. You also definitely want to have some bluffs in those spots, so you need to make sure you're value betting. You can't have a lot of bluffs, though, when you're value betting really thin. You got to make sure you have relatively few bluffs when you're value betting thin, because all your value bets don't win, like that one. Attraction is in the eye of the beholder to some extent. We're going to need to get some cards. We had aces and aces and kings and kings and queens and ace-king earlier today, and they all lost, for those who are just tuning in. Actually, I think I won with aces once. Against my good friend Justin Saliba. I stacked him. He's going to have to work a little bit more at pokercoaching.com, I guess. And that's about the only hand I won today, I think. Such is life. If you all have any questions, comments, thoughts, feel free to type them. Thank you all for being here. There are about 500 people watching. That's good for a random weeknight tournament. Is it weeknight? What's today? Oh, it's Sunday. It's good for a random Sunday, I guess, given I never stream. But here we are for you. If you enjoy the show, click the like button, click the subscribe buttons, click all the buttons. And let me know if you like this, because there's a few more World Series events. Maybe we'll stream them. PP for life. You get a discount for a hand review. We do hand reviews now on our Poker Coaching Discord. Get in the Discord, post the hand, and somebody will review it. We have a few people there who do excellent work there. Also, we have study sessions. We regularly have study sessions where Louis Philippe, he runs the Poker Coaching study sessions. I think I do it 2 or 3 times a week now. And the students learn a ton. When did I know I wanted to do poker for a living? Poker just kind of happened to some extent. I mean, I was 18 years old. I turned $50 into a few thousand, and then 10,000, and then 20,000, and eventually I was just playing all the time because it was the highest use. Or it was, what else am I going to do as a kid, right? If you can make $200 or $500, whatever it was as an hour as a kid, you're probably going to do it, assuming it's not illegal. And I don't think I don't even know. Is poker what I want to do as a career today? I don't know. Things change. Options are available. I mean, to some extent, I run a poker media company at this point, right? I don't even play a ton of poker anymore. I play some. I mean, don't get me wrong, more than most people, but I don't play like I used to. And so when did I know it's what I want to do for a living? It's when I was making a ton of money. It was way more money than I could make doing anything else. I mean, I was going to college to get a job that would make me something like $50,000 a year. Or I can play poker and make $300,000 a year. Which do you think I'm going to pick? So it was like an obvious decision. There was no other clear option available. And I mean, I realize some people don't like love playing poker, but I always like playing games. If you tell me I can sit around and play a game all day, I'll do it. That's not a problem. King and 9. We've had a bunch of almost playable hands today. A bunch of almost playable hands. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Is that the saying? Ha 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 ha. Anybody ever played horseshoes? I was never that good at it, even though I think that'd be a game I would be good at. I'm pretty good at repetitive, monotonous stuff. And I think horseshoes is kind of a repetitive, monotonous thing, right? Maybe I just need to practice some. Oh. How many big blinds do I have? I guess this is a raise. Brutal. I wanted to shove, but we're slightly too early, I think. And there's no small blind. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. We are in. People dress cucumbers up in dressings and seasonings all day long. Buddy. But then you lose the flavor. Should we watch on Twitch or YouTube to help my financials? It does not make a difference to me. I currently make $0.0 off of both YouTube and Twitch. I'm just happy to have you here. We have had talks in my team about wanting to turn on ads on YouTube, though, and I'm kind of unhappy about it. I'm actually really unhappy about it. But they think we should, because everybody else does. And a lot of people pay $5 a month or whatever for YouTube value, whatever, so you don't have to watch ads anyway. I'm actually really annoyed about it. But I'm a sport. I'll give it a try. Assuming all of you hate it. I hate ads so much. But at the same time, I lose a lot of money on video editing. Like a lot of money on video editing. I mean, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on video editing. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You just stole my spot. You stole my spot. That's brutal. I hope this guy was trapping. Man, oh man. Brutal. Literally stole my spot. Terrible. Have you punished yourself by looking up how much your place in Vegas is currently worth compared to how much you sold it for? I sold it at the stone peak of the market. And then I bought a place in Manhattan. I actually bought a house. The house I had out here, I bought it for, well, funny enough, I had a condominium I bought for $100K, or 130K, like a small little condo. It went into the dumpster. It was worth like 40K, but then the market came back and I sold it for like 150. Then I had a house that I bought for like 140, and then I sold it like 4 years later for 340 or something. It was ridiculous. I've actually somehow done okay on Vegas real estate. I can't imagine that place is worth much more than 340 though today. It's like a 3-bedroom house, nothing fancy. Maybe it's 400 or something. I don't know. I'd be shocked if it was that valuable. Mattisau busted on an epic river punt. Cool. Loyal Blood, glad to hear that you love poker coaching. Good job, good work. You finished off a brisket. You told me about it at the poker coaching breakfast. I'm glad you enjoyed your brisket. I could go for some brisket right now. I actually have a surf and turf burrito in the refrigerator waiting for me, whatever that means. Any chance I'll get to commentate at the World Series? Not this year. I think they have a small team on lockdown at this point. And I'm not out here enough to do that. And my schedule is jammed. I mean, it's seriously been like a complete circus. This trip. I've had almost no free time. I've been sleeping like 6 hours a night and waking up having to go record content at Poker Go Studio. And whew, tomorrow I got to be up at 9 a.m. to record content. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, really. No courses are showing up on my site. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jack and Jack, this is it. You can't get me off of this one, friends. If it goes all in, all in, all in, I'm calling. You think I'm going to win? Jam it. Do it. Later, Gator. Oh, I think I know who this is. Jam it. Jam it. Am I playing the WPT at the end of the month? I don't even know there is a WPT at the end of the month. My next tournament is in Florida in early August. King and queen. Oh boy. Fair flip after the flop. 4. That's a rough spot to call off with king queen suited. I know king queen suited is really good and I only had 11 big blinds, but when it goes jam, that jam has to be something. And when I jam, that has to be something for sure, because I'm calling it off, right? I would probably have called off too, but it's a close spot. You hope I streamed them all. You're loving this. Well, good. Glad to hear it. What's the best online poker to play in Florida? I don't know. I mean, look, in America, you're in sites or places where you don't have any licensed, legal, regulated options. Your only options are essentially ACR, Bovada, or Global Poker. And they all have their issues. Just don't keep a bunch of money on the site. Keep a minimal amount of money, and they'll all be fine. If you win a bunch of money, cash it out. Don't play too big. Folding is so boring. Are you a fan of the short deck game? I've actually never played the short deck game. I have always had the thought process that the short deck game is not going to take off. If I was playing a bunch in the Triton series, I'd probably need to learn how to play short deck because they play a lot of short deck over there, but it has not caught on in America at all. And it takes a lot of time to actually get very good at a game. And I don't have a lot of time to spend. So if I don't have a lot of time to spend and I'm not really going to play the game, like it's not like a thing you got to play every day, then I don't think it's worth the effort. PLO is similar. I actually spent a bunch of time learning PLO decently well. I spent like a whole year playing it pretty much a while back, but it never really caught on. Like it exists, and I know some people play only PLO, but if short deck caught on like PLO caught on, I would still not spend any time studying it. It needs to catch on like No Limit Hold'em has caught on, and it just won't. How long does it take to is my internet dead or something? Let me see if I can upload a page. Okay, there we go. How long does it take to convert the charts to memory? I mean, I don't even have the charts memorized. What's the best way to memorize them? We have a quiz. We have a quiz feature. What in the world? Oh, it's just an open jam. Wait, a jam and he called it off? I'm so confused. Where's this thing? How do I fast forward this? I want to just click through and see what happened. Like maybe he limped? No, just rip it. All right. Slightly loose. Good to know. Don't bluff that guy. What were we talking about? Coaching app. You can go through and just like quiz yourself over and over and over and over. Over and over and over. And that's a good way to start getting the charts committed to memory because it's a simple program that's like, what do you do here? And you pick what you would do here. You hate ads. You love to watch shows with no ads. Yeah, so I mean, the interesting thing. All right, we're resetting the stream. All right. We're resetting the stream. I have no clue if we are going to problems, whatever, lag. I was clearly dropping a lot of frames though. So 6 minutes of dead time for all of you. I'm still going to play poker though. All right. 449 remain. 207 get in the money. Not that we care so much about that. I want that gold bracelet. Why do these pay the same? Why would it say that? That's so weird. Now I have no idea if we're still gonna have lag, which we may. We'll do our best though. Did you learn from books or were you naturally good at poker? I learned a lot from books. I studied a ton. I was definitely not naturally good. I was naturally weak and tight and nitty. Definitely weak, tight, and nitty to begin with. Maybe still a little weak, tight, and nitty. I definitely don't have the ram and jam it speed like some people do. I mean, in the logical spots, of course. I tend to err towards geo strategies compared to massively bonkers, overly exploitative strategies. So it looks like we're doing really good in this tournament, but we only have 20 big blinds. So, well, 25 big blinds now, not for long. So we are going to have to get after it. All right, everyone, we're having lots and lots of dropped frames, which means if this fails, the stream is going to be over. Very annoying that the stream has just decided to break on me, but I can't do anything about that. So I've lowered the bit rate. No one seems to tell me, no one seems to know how to actually change it. I love everybody just like saying, what is it? What is it? I mean, clearly I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Go to settings. File. Go to settings. Okay, we're going to go to settings. Now we go to output. In the streaming section. Okay, I have done that. Okay. All right. Do we pile on this guy? This is kind of that similar spot where I really don't expect to see a lot of bluffs. All right, we'll fold. All right, we'll fold. How to beat 5-10 plus live no limit. I have a tournament masterclass, or sorry, a cash game masterclass at pokercoaching.com/ no, just go to pokercoaching.com, get in the cash game masterclass. You'll be in. Thanks to all of you for hanging out today. Sorry the internet died on me. It wasn't my choice. I would have kept it alive if I could have. We're going to need to get some hands, though. We need to get some cards. Now is the time to get some good cards. I think this tournament goes really late. I'm going to be a tired, Jonathan if I end up playing this until 4 a.m. or something. Man, oh man. Long, long day. I've had a bunch of long days recently. That's part of the fun, though. I think my wife thinks I come out to Vegas and just relax. She doesn't realize that all I do is work. Let's see if it matters to you in terms of future uploads of highlights or anything. It will be 720 at 3K, but you can make OBS record it and output the file. I have no clue what you're talking about, Trey. Trey, I have literally no idea what you're talking about. This is not my area of specialties. Specialties. Coin flip time, everybody. That's a big stack. All right, we may end up having to play a pot here. Suppose we'll call. Now we will not call. I would turn on the light, but the light's broken. Everything's broken in this place. Internet's broken, light's broken, washing machine's broken, dryer's broken, toilet barely works. But we're gonna survive. We're gonna make it. Oh, here we go. The 6 and the 6. I'll be jamming this over any later or middle position raise. It's gonna be a little bit dicey if under the gun or second Jay Leno raises. I really hope they fold, because then I can just be in and it's fine and good. All right, now it's just fine and good. I think I just jam. 23 big blinds. A little bit big, but this is a hand that really likes to jam. No. Come on, dealer. All right. Good game. No more stream. Brutal. Well, let's see if this at least fixes the internet. No. No, it did not fix the internet. That's annoying. All right, everybody. We're done. Good game. See you next time. It's not as bad as it was before. I'm just going to watch this for a second. It is dropping. No frames now. All right, well, now it's at least kind of working. Kind of. It's dropped 223 frames. And not anymore. So maybe that'll fix the problem for next time. If there's a next time. Now I'm scared to do it with the internet, but we'll try. All right, everybody. Good night. Have a good time. Thank you for being here again. Sorry for the technical problems. And the 6 of the shove, I'm sure was good. I'm going to look it up. You can't RTA, obviously, but I'm going to look it up on my phone. Let's see. 25 big blinds. Small blind. 6s, actually, is a funny not shove, but 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, 5s, 4s, 3s all like to shove, so whatever. It's fine. All right. Have a good night. Talk to all of you next time.